unicorns again. We once again have a breeding pair of unicorns. We also have acquired 2 moose. Both ladies. So I'd like to get me a male moose so I can make, long-distance postal deliveries and make baby mooses. We also have, pretty good selection of cattle over here. Fortress itself, major additions that were made yesterday was this big old bridge here. This is what we're going to be working on. I'm going to try and get this thing roofed today. We had a few dwarves die yesterday. One of them went berserk, and its blood is still on the wall. Payments are the same as a house payment. I seem to recall talking to you about this, and you were just like, nah, I'd rather rent, but whatever. Good for you, man. Owning a house is a dream for many, and not something that many get to do. Another thing that we're doing is we're cutting out this side of the mountain because I'm tired of having trees growing right next to my walls and growing over my walls. So I'm cutting out this side of the mountain. So that's something else that we get to work on, is we get to continue cutting back that side of the mountain. We got a ways to go there. So that's kind of like today's projects. We're going to be working on this big old piece of construction here and cutting out this side of the mountain. That's what we're going to be working on. As far as the fortress itself goes, everything else is more or less the same. I'm getting progressively more and more worried about the actual population of the fortress. The current living dwarves are Apostle, Sparkly, Chimp, Danny Yogi the Squid, Peter II, Orson Frakes, Narvicious, Vinsati II, Belag II, Taurus II, Tiny Goliath, Vuzel, Ragswolf, Kade, Cheers Jamie, Smash D, Simplex, Clay, Dreadvic, Bastet II, Hazard Jeff, Vim ML, Zanny 66, Cutest the Third, Vigario Pro, Pilot, Cadenza, Sock Smell, Zopiu the Second, Black Hole, Anton, Therese, Axon the Second, Eternal, Abe Azendi, Sui, Stone, Goffer, Lil M Katsu, and Ducky. Ducky is quite depressed. Quite depressed. It highly depends on how much of a down payment you get. Whitcode. Also, owning a house in a place where you don't need to commute 3 hours every day. For me, like, owning a house kind of... The problem with owning a house for me is that if I own a house, the majority of the places I could own a house where there are houses are not particularly close to transit, and I need transit. Without transit, I'm fucked. So I can't get anywhere, do anything, or see anybody. So for me personally, owning a house where there isn't public transit close by is irrelevant. And being close to public transit and owning a house is very expensive, so it's certainly not cheaper. Certainly not. But the housing market's coming down around here, so we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. I'm just going to save money in 4 or 5 years, maybe 6 years. Try to buy an apartment. And then try and rent that apartment out. See where I can go from there. That's kind of my longer term plan. Let's try and get a... You're at the 45-minute commute? Yeah, I mean, like, if you're driving, then that's suddenly like a 6-hour commute. Maybe not a 6-hour, but it's suddenly like a 2-hour commute if you're taking a bus. I mean, when I was commuting to work from here, it was 45 minutes. In a car, it's like an 8-minute drive. And then when I was commuting further from here, I was commuting like 2 hours. It's like a 40-minute drive. So... is usually the other problem. Yeah, that is also the other problem. Although, ideally, you don't need to be in the boonies, really. Ideally. But you only can do so much, really. We're also making some green glass windows. That's another thing I forgot to mention. We're going to start making green glass blocks as well. Yeah, see, like, it's the loan part that I'm like, yeah, no thanks. Yeah, right, Zanny? It's like, Soaps, I'm pretty sure, is talking about the greater Vancouver area, because that's where Soaps is from. But, like, for me, it's like, I look at the houses around here, and I'm like, well, I could spend $600,000 on a house and have a shit ton of debt, or I could have, like, the flexibility of renting. which is significantly more attractive, I think. Like, just having the option to be able to say, nah, I'm going to move. I'm going to go somewhere else. I'm going to go do something else. Need 3 scepters. Just having that as an option. Where we're going, we don't need roads. See, like, I'm down for the drone transport future, Zanny, but I'm only down for the drone transport future if it's like a car replacement so that we can just straight up stop building roads. That would be cool. And then just have like giant portable 3D printers to 3D print you a new house. So you could just like do the thing that they do in Total Annihilation or like Supreme Commander where they just like fly a big robot somewhere and it just goes and just beams your house into existence and flies away. That's what they need. That's what we need. That's the future I want to live in. Actually, I don't know if anybody here has seen it, but there's a documentary on Netflix called Our Planet, and it's a David Attenborough joint, but it's mostly it's like kind of his autobiography. It's like story of David Attenborough's life featuring David Attenborough, and it's great. But he talks at length about a great horned owl is fighting with a chicken. He talks at length about how like he thinks that we could potentially save the planet in the future. And one of the images that he had of the future is just one where we stop building roads. Just period. No more parking lots, no more roads, no more cars, nothing. No self-driving cars, nothing. Just drones. Just like airborne electric vehicles. It's a neat visual, even though I see it as a very unlikely way for us to go. It's a very interesting and kind of beautiful, serene visual where everything's just like covered in lush green and then it's just drones. It's cool. But then you'd need the drones to be very quiet. And I feel like that's kind of an issue there. Was irritated of dwelling upon somebody's death. Well, they did die right in front of you, so the irritation there is understandable. We're going to make a full set of clothing for everybody. Because it is that season. You will have an asset that will go up in value. You assume that it will go up in value. I think that we're about to have a crash, like a market crash. The housing market has crashed in this area like clockwork every 10 to 15 years. And it's about to crash. I would not be buying a house right now. But that's just me. And I'm somebody who's never had a lot of money and never owned a house. And don't intend on owning one anytime soon. But right now is a bad time to buy. That's just my 2 cents, though. Same in the U.S.? What, that it's going to crash? I think it depends on where you are in the U.S., too. But at the very least around here. To give you an idea, when I first was thinking about moving out, yes, last year, Soaps, last year. That's the key word that you're missing there. Last year. Last year is very different from this year. Which is very different from the year before. There was an apartment that I was looking at in 2011, which was $94,000. They're currently reselling for $500,000. That's not sustainable. This apartment that I live in right now was $115,000 new in 2012, right? They're selling these apartments now, or trying to sell them for $600,000. No one's fucking buying them, but they exist, and people are trying to sell them for that, and the prices are just slowly starting to drop. It's not sustainable. Is more assured than value? Sure. I just think that the presumption that something is going to go up in value because it's an asset is silly to me. Like, that is a goofy thing to assume. All right, what are you going to go break? You just went and punched somebody. Committing many crimes. This child is going to have like 15 counts of vandalism by the time they hit 13. But I can't actually do anything with... Wait, what? Okay, I was going to say, I thought I accidentally set that cat to be slaughtered for a moment there. That's okay. Child's just tantruming and playing. I'll be okay. Just please don't rip anybody's throat. Thank you. But if people are buying them, is it dumb? But those have dropped too. Those were $600,000 last year. Soaps. You bought it to live in it, not to sell it? Exactly. Never buy a house with the assumption that it will go up in value. Buy a house with the assumption that it will drop in value. But you have somewhere to live now. That's the important part. Is that now you have a place. If it happens to go up in value, fucking A. Twitch is struggling to provide you with 166p. What? That is wild. My apologies. You can't imagine owning a house? I can imagine it. I'm not worrying about imagining it. My plan for the future, if somehow I maintain financial success, we'll see, is I want to look into buying an apartment in like 4 or 5 years. And then owning that for a little bit. And then when my little sister comes back from Quebec, look into buying a duplex or a quadplex with her and her boyfriend. Because me and my little sister shouldn't live alone. Especially as I get older and my eyes get worse. 'Tis now summer. You wish you had that kind of money to afford 2 houses? Yeah. Right? RNG. To what do I owe this grand, what's the word? Honor of having you in my chat. What's up, dude? Also, did you just win the lottery? You seem very excited. Hi back. I'm way too tired to respond with, hi! But yeah, I don't know. It's not something I'm worrying about at all for a long time. I'm quite happy with the place I have because the place I have is severely undervalued, fortunately. So you can catch one of my midweeks? Well, I mean, it's Longdeath, so it's a lot of the same. Although the fort's getting a little bigger. Current project is this. This thing. Which goes all the way up to there. That's currently what I'm working on. And of course, you know, just keeping all the dwarves sane. I got one of those the other day, and then it turns out it was actually like an anonymous directed sub from somebody who intentionally gifted it to me. For my microphone quality. You know, it was funny. I was talking to someone on Discord relatively recently, Pi. And they were like, you have a really nice sounding microphone. What do I need to do to have a microphone that sounds like that? I was like, spend $300 on microphone stuff. And then you'll have a nice sounding mic too. But thank you. It took me a really long time to get my audio to a place where I was happy with it. It's one of the few things that I'm like consistently happy about with the quality of my stream. Looks like a hookah. No intentional shade. I don't really make patterns or anything. You should know this by now. It's just a kind of a spherical space that's going to be a... It's going to be another tavern. Well, or rather, it's going to be my tavern. The center bit is a what's the word I'm looking for here? There's bones up there. Please tell me that's somebody's teeth. Ah! It's Demonoid's teeth. Hold on, I gotta deconstruct that and get that down. I had a dwarf go berserk up here. Yeah, we had a dwarf go berserk up here, and I guess his teeth got knocked out. Oh, I see. Right. Yeah, these are windows. They work this way. There we go. Yes, because there's this thing called summertime pie. People ask me this every spring. They're like, why are you more lit? It's like, well, you see, the sun goes higher in the sky. And when the sun is higher in the sky and it's regularly sunny and nice out, the light reflects off the building next to me. Throughout the winter, it's very overcast and cloudy, like a normal winter, right? So it's darker in here. And then when the weather gets better in the spring and summer, it gets lighter. I know it's a weird concept, but like, happens every year. Outside of Florida, yes, there are seasons. You see, like in Florida, they get 2 seasons, right? They have rain and sweaty, wet garbage. Here we have like spring, summer, fall. That's a good question. I wish it would sod off cooler. Well, I mean, it's kind of okay because my plants need some sun sometimes. Summer, it's like we have 2 seasons, hot and slightly less hot. There we go. And that got the bones down. Perfect. And now we gotta go down here and do this. Because the humans are here to trade. Perfect. And that's all it will sell. But yes, and people ask me this every year. They're like, why is it so bright in your apartment? And it's literally like, this happens every year around this time. And then people will start commenting that it's really dark in my apartment, like mid-fall. Like clockwork every year. Yeah, see, that is like apocalyptic for me. I would die. RNG. Like people always talk about how hot it gets, and then I'm just like, yeah, we had minus 30 for 3 weeks. No, it's not. The darkness is what's going to end my life. So it's genuinely not my friend. Cool weather is my friend. If you genuinely think that the darkness is my friend, then you don't know me very well. Which is fair, because none of you know me particularly well. Sup, cutest? Why are you posting, like, almost sex scenes from the room on my Discord? And off topic, no less? Can you not? That's all I have to say. Like, just can you not? I like that movie, but can you not? Mm-hmm. But, Soaps, here's the thing that you need to realize. I am not you. You and me are very different. Like, absurdly different. I have this feeling that you seem to think that we're very similar people. We're very different people. Especially the way you talk. We are very different people. Zaki says, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. I'm happy Zaki's still here. You know, I was kind of expecting this royal treasurer to be swapped out sooner, especially when he didn't show up for 2 years. It's nice to have him back, though. Let's discuss what we're willing to offer you for your Grand Craftsdwarfship. Wow, they really want my crossbows. Unfortunately, I literally can't give them to them. It's illegal. Zaki says, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. We'll sell you so many crossbows as soon as my mayor dies, okay? I mean, it's the sequence right before a sex scene. But that was the first thing I saw when I woke up today. So it's like, can you just... Don't... Like, I'm not going to delete it like you're not in trouble or anything, Ghost. Just please don't do that again. Just please don't do that again. We're all a little odd, Soaps. Came north as soon as you could. You're not even that far north. It's gonna get hot here pretty soon because people are destroying the planet. How are the dwarfs going? Oh, they're going. About to trade with the humans. Had a child tantrum. We're making some clothing. Pretty good stuff. Cheers, Ghost. I'm just in an odd mood today. Head's in an odd space. You wish you could Kappa that. I mean, you can Kappa that. I thought Zaki's hair was fully white the last time I checked. Was it not? His hair is white, mixed with gray. Nope, still mixed with gray. It's funny, I never remember the mixed with gray, but... Hey, Cyrlac, how's things? Oh, also, Cyrlac, to like pick up from a conversation from yesterday, I will be taking a taxi there, and my mom will pick me up from there and take me home. 12 months, Soaps. Whole fucking year. Thanks for the Prime sub for another month. Welcome back. Forgot. I mean, it goes a long way when you do remember. You're assuming elves are evil. That's the first mistake you make. RNG. Is it me or white hair is just human silk? Well, you need to know what silk is composed of, and then you need to know what human hair is composed of, and then you'd realize that they're two completely different materials. Spider silk isn't even remotely related to human hair, regardless of the color of the hair. For one thing, human hair is made out of the same material as your fingernails. Fuck yeah. I'm sure you'll be fine, Darren. Might get a little woozy, but... Well, no. Your nails are actually just very tightly woven hair. True story. Nah, I'm just strictly in the... Well... I've more or less decided to take a stance as a player of Dwarf Fortress where I actively shoot down the elf hate, the no apparent reason elf hatred. So when people hate on elves for the sake of hating on elves for kind of no reason, I will shoot it down every opportunity I get. It's not because I particularly like elves, it's more because I'm just bloody tired of seeing people hate on elves for the sake of hating on elves. And memeing about it. I'm just kind of tired of it. Just kind of tired of it. Perfect. So are humans. What of it? Sorry. Okay. So someone that is the opposite of you is wrong by default. That's a very narrow outlook to have on life. That's like being a boy and disliking all girls because they're the opposite of boys. That seems kind of stupid. Why would you do that? People just don't like a game that don't have a big bad, right? It's a high elf arbiter. All right. So then, okay. Then here's the question. Then why the no apparent reason elf hate in Dwarf Fort? What is different about Dwarf Fortress elves? You're not saying there's a good reason. You're just playing devil's advocate. Cool. Well, playing devil's advocate's often very annoying. You don't need antagonists. We have demons. Quite literally. We also have forgotten beasts and great creatures of old. Yeah, because they're like creatures from the underworld, elder gods that are from the time before time. Very different from a living, breathing species that asks politely for you to stop chopping their trees down once every 6 months. I don't know. As somebody who's a bit of a green hippie in real life, not much of a cannibal, but can't say I've ever tried it. I relate to elves a lot more in Dwarf Fortress. Okay, okay, so here's the thing, right? They tell you that you can chop down like 100 plus trees a year if you have a baron, right? And you need beds. Fair. You have 200 dwarves. You get like 4 to 5 logs per tree. You do not need to chop down that many trees. So your need for maximalist overproduction of things, that's your problem, not theirs, is enough for you to just hate them. That's very strange to me, right? One of the biggest problems with frame rate in Dwarf Fortress are people who just overproduce things all the time. Can you replant trees? They regrow. You don't replant them, but they will just grow back. But they give you X hundred amount of trees that you can chop down a year. It's not even remotely a major request. It's a very small request. It's like, please don't chop down 100 plus trees a year. Yeah, okay. No problem there. You only need to make the beds once. Spending a couple of minutes looking up some of the kind of gross things that I've seen posted on the internet using Dwarf Fortress as a way to channel some pretty silly shit is kind of enough for me to say, all right, well, I'll go to war with the elves occasionally. Totally fine to go to war with the elves occasionally. It's great. It's fun. They are a fun punching bag sometimes when I need a fun punching bag. But I'm not just going to hate on the elves by default all the time. And I kind of blame this fortress for that because, like, I'm not at war with the elves in this fort, and I've been trying to go out of my way to keep the elves happy, like trading for wood to keep the elves happy. But, you know, they've sold me moose. They've sold me unicorns. They've sold me giant grizzly bears. They're not that bad, and their requests are not that unreasonable. People are just like, oh, they're cannibals. Okay, so they have different culture. Oh, they like trees. Why is that a bad thing? Like, I don't know. I guess the more I look at it, the more I feel like I think the dwarves are the bad guys here. With your hippo, man. Jumping into enemies, like inside of them, and then you explode from the inside out, because I'm just like getting some sort of like aliens kind of visual where it's like you jump into them and then Or like an Ant-Man thing where you go really tiny and go into their ear and blow their head up. I don't want a devil's advocate, right? Crabicus? I really don't want a devil's advocate. Because to me, that's just even more reason to agree with the elves. I don't know. I think that there's some really gross things that are said by portions of the Dwarf Fortress community in relation to elves. Using them as a channel for very racist iconography. And I do not like that. Yeah, they don't eat your dwarves. They eat their own dead. Or your dwarves if you invade them. They don't just like walk in, kidnap your babies and eat them. That would be different, right? Like if they were sending spies in to kidnap my children and taking them home to eat them on a spit roast, that'd be different. But if they eat their own dead, I don't fucking care. They're immortal. They don't die very often. It's like a rare treat for them. Who cares? Frankly, like they're not demanding my firstborn dwarfs to like serve on their dinner table. Like, that's not what they're doing. I got no issues with them doing whatever they want with their own death ceremonies. Go nuts. I've never been much of a tabletop person, so those are just numbers to me, but I'll just believe you. Ducky, your dwarf is a tantruming little shit. And you're like a happy tantruming little shit. There's like nothing sad in your recent memories aside from you were dejected after you wore old clothing for a bit. Like you're a little bit uneasy and a little bit resentful after getting into a fist fight and seeing another dwarf die. But like, you're a tantruming little shit. And I can't arrest you because you're 2 years old. I think you're 2? 3 years old. But yeah, no, I'm totally fine with having the elves around as a option, as a thing to go murder. I just would really like to see a future, especially with the Steam version of Dwarf Fortress, where the elves are less hated by default and more of an equivalent with the other neutral races. You know? Like, I want to see the Dwarf Fortress community kind of treat the elves around the same way that they treat the humans. Because if anything, the humans are just as, if not more, evil in Dwarf Fortress. Like, look at what the humans get up to. How's your dwarf? Probably still dwarfing. You ended up with a weirdly happy dwarf. Yeah, very happy. A little bit bored. You want to practice some martial art, but you're not allowed to because of the fact that you're a merchant. You're doing just fine. It will grow up eventually. Hopefully, it stops tantruming by the time it grows up. I'm sure it'll be okay. Yes. And that is a stereotype that's baked in racism, right? They don't even do animal husbandry, right? I mean, that's just stupidity. That's not a reason to hate them. Ragswolf. So, like, I fully understand where it comes from, Redbeard. It comes from racist stereotypes. Yeah, no, totally. Making them a functional, playable race in Fortress mode would also help. No. Ducky. Absolutely not. It's just as savage and immoral as medieval times were. Although, if you just let the world generate, it's less savage and immoral than most Dwarf Fortress players. It's the people playing the game that are making it more savage and immortal, that are starting the world wars, right? I mean, our medieval times, we were raping and pillaging each other all the damn time and exterminating entire religions. So trust me, we were just as bad. Like, I'm all for roleplay. I like that shit. Like, let's RP fun races and let's be the bad guys sometimes. I'm just kind of trying to push back against the default let's hate X race for X reason. That's, I think, wrong, because I've literally sold clear glass to them in this fortress, and they've had no problems with it. Although I've also had people state that elves won't trade for leather, which is completely wrong. There's a lot of, like, weird, false information about elves, too. Like, I've had people claim that elves refuse to trade for leather, which is straight up wrong. I feel like there's people editing the wiki with wrong information about elves. Just quietly. Let's just do that. Get done quicker. So wait, still doing what, cutest? Mass exterminations of entire religions? Oh yeah, well, I'm not trying to become super political here. Come on, cutest. Work with me here. That was specifically a statement about medieval times. I've read multiple stories about that stuff happening. That's always fun, right? It actually makes perfect sense to me mechanically why it would happen. Elves won't trade for leather. In a wood bin! There you go. Yep. Mm-hmm. Anyway, I don't know. I think that, like, especially as creators, air quotes, we should try and push back against that, because I think one thing that's very important for the Dwarf Fortress community, especially with where it's going, is we should push back on the 4chan roots. And if you go look at a lot of the old stuff that came out of the original 4chan posts from like 2006 to 2009 about DF, there's a lot of really disgusting shit, especially using elves. And I think that it's kind of important-ish for people who really like Dwarf Fortress to keep that at arm's length. Like, it's part of the Dwarf Fortress history for sure, but I think that the more we can keep that at arm's length, the better we'll be. It is a cesspool. It absolutely is. But it's a cesspool that that helped birth the memes of murder all elves by default. Right? That's where a lot of that stuff came from, right? And I think it's up to us to push back against that. Even if it's just a little bit. Even if it's just a little bit. Like, I'm all for murdering the elves. We do that here relatively frequently, too. But it's like, if we all suddenly start talking about elves in a, well, they're like humans, they're neutral, which is true. We should treat them the same. We should refer to them the same. Just as a community, I think we can do better. Also, to be clear, I'm only about 70% serious when I'm talking about all this shit. This is all just kind of fun for me. Loves murdering basic human decency. I mean, sometimes you just gotta murder basic human decency. Like, I don't know. Like, I got no, like I said, I got no problems with people being the bad guy and being horrible people in video games. But if you talk to the average Dwarf Fortress community member, it reads like that's the only way to play. But, like, the beauty of Dwarf Fortress is how it's not rooted in Tolkien ideas, though, Ragswolf. Like, that's literally, like, one of the reasons why Dwarf Fortress is so cool to me, because of how it takes a lot of those stereotypes and just chucks it out the window, right? That's one of the reasons I think Dwarf Fortress is so neat, because it takes a lot of that stuff and just says fuck it, right? Is every frame a game tick? I'm not entirely certain how the tiles move. Only 30% not serious? Yeah, only about 30% not serious. Because I get genuinely bothered when I see people being casually racist in video games. I have some instruments I could plop down. Should throw some up here. Mulebone Zeller. Yeah. I didn't want to go full on, but yeah, there you go. That's why I push back against the default elven racism thing, because what the comment that Redbeard just made about how they substitute elves for Jews and make concentration camps. We should be careful with that. It's kind of dumb, absolutely. But when we're just sitting here going, "Oh, fuck the elves," it's kind of a part of that problem. It's kind of perpetuating that and continuing it. It's like, well, how about instead of perpetuating it and continuing it, we make it a non-thing? People ruin good shit for people all the time, Ragswolf. But you know what also makes no sense to me? Why people don't hate on the humans more in DF. Because the humans are just as evil as elves. The humans do all sorts of horrible shit in World Gen. Yeah, I mean, like, it's only 2 or 3 steps removed from that, right? But that's what a lot of issues with fantasy writing from the past did, is they would write a thing that's 2 or 3 steps removed, and that's how we have things like Lovecraft. That's how we have things like the early D&D art, where you look at the early D&D art and it's like, man, how's that allowed? How's that legal? And what can you really do? Not a whole lot. It's part of our history. Aside from change it and try to do better going forward. This is why we can't have nice things. Truly, this is why we can't have nice things. And that's all it really is it's just a matter of, all right, well, how can we try and make this better? We need to figure out how to make this better. Because there's got to be a way. There is a way. We acknowledge it, realize it, and work to push back and stop perpetuating it. I think that if we just kind of accept it as part of Dwarf Fortress and continue to be part of the problem, it's not going to fix it. We can kill all the elves from time to time, but let's not, every time an elf shows up, comment in my chat saying, set them on fire, stab their faces in, I'm putting their heads on spikes. It's like, calm down. Jesus, take your raging murder boner and slam it in a doorway. Stop it. Exactly, Cyrilic. Nobody, I think the majority of the people who play Dwarf Fortress these days dislike the 4chan roots, right? Generally. Elves are not spiders. Spiders are good. The fuck? Spiders are good. Spiders are bros. You should be friends with spiders. The hell? So. It's justified if no repercussions. Exactly. The humans justify murder in Dwarf Fortress. Yeah, I know. Fast. I mean, I'll joke about that too, but spiders are good. I'd trade with spiders. Dude, if we could have sentient spider... If we could have, a race of spider people with actual cultures, I would absolutely trade with them. No, I mean, this is something that just the games in general are working towards, Vim. And I think that Dwarf Fortress is very strong as a game that, has a lot of combat, right? I think that Dwarf Fortress works really well as a game with a lot of combat. But especially hearing Tarn, in the last interview I did with him, I asked him, I was like, where do you see Dwarf Fortress being in 20 years, if you're allowed to just imagine? And basically his description was just pressing go on world gen and just witnessing the world existing. It's that's not a combat focused game. Yes, they're working on better sieges. Yes, they're working on myths and magic. Yes, there's great battles and stories and tales, but Dwarf Fortress isn't necessarily a combat game. Just a giant kids next door treehouse. I'm in. Sign me up. Rags. Sign me up. I don't see that as a I don't see Dwarf Fortress as a combat game. Like, you can play it that way, and that's an option. But I think the more developed Dwarf Fortress gets, the further it gets away from that. I don't know how to answer that question, Stone. I'm not going to lie. Although maybe if I was in Australia, I'd feel different about spiders. Because they have some pretty big ones. I don't know. This is a weirdly, like, philosophical discussion that I get into with Dwarf Fortress every now and again, which perplexes a lot of people because they're like, man, you think way too hard about this. And you know what? Probably. Probably. That's probably true. Anybody who thinks I think way too hard about this is probably very right. But, you know, I'm also sitting here, like, 4 to 7 hours a day playing the same fortress where I'm not invading anybody and watching, like, the little personalities grow and just thinking, you know, Dwarf Fortress, the more I play of Dwarf Fortress, the stronger I feel that this game stands on 2 feet as a personality simulator and a non-combat game. And especially, like, the more games I play, the more I find I'm enjoying non-combat styled games that just don't have combat. Like, yeah, it would make sense to me why I would slowly learn or slowly prefer games that have less of that. Wait, you've never heard the term murder boner before, Redbeard? You've never heard murder boner. Huh. It's like up there with murder hobo. Murder hobo and murder boner are very, very old, like, RP terms. And also, take your murder boner and slam it in a door is one of my favorite lines I think I've ever said, so, you know. Cooler had a spider person adventurer for a bit. Past it. They exile liars. Truth is important. Let me tell you. Truth is important. Exposure therapy? I mean, exposure therapy for spiders is good. Yeah, this is music that I've licensed for the stream. Pie. I've actually had some people ask, they're like, do you have Spotify link for the background music? It's like, nah, it's like, I mean, you could buy their license, which isn't super cheap. Get a plushie spider? Nah, I'm good. There's a spider that's been living on one of my plants since I had it outside for a bit. And there was a spider that was living on one of my plants when I was out, because I had it outside most of the summer. It died, not like in the winter. But we just kind of had this understanding that it stays on my peace lily and I won't water its leaf. So I will not, I didn't put any water where it lived. And it just stayed there. It's fine. Why are you in Dwarven Land? I told lies. Because I'm fond of drink and industry. Stone, come on. I don't know. I think that Dwarf Fortress is a very interesting... I had someone in chat a while ago comment that I use Dwarf Fortress as an avenue to have interesting philosophical discussions, and they said that was very unpleasant and they were never going to tune into my stream again. Okay, fair enough. But I do think that it is I think it's a massive compliment for this game, stating that it is complex enough, deep enough, and also at the same time malleable enough that it's capable of making me think about this shit. Granted, I'm somebody who's more likely to think about this kind of stuff anyway, just because of my personality and what I'm interested in. but I think that that's an achievement of the video game. That it can do this. I need more nice blocks. Yay! And I have enough too. This is your favorite part of the stream for you? Well, glad you like it. The part where streamer very much overthinks things. The part of the show where streamer overthinks literally everything. What, that it's, this game makes me think way too philosophically about things, Vin? And I'm pretty sure that you were referencing the person who said that they were never going to watch my stream again because of how philosophical I get. Armok made the universe? I don't think so. Because we're not Armok. Because, like, I'm not entirely certain how Armok itself fits into the Dwarf Fortress universe. I'd have to ask Tarn about that, probably. Patchwork, what is up? Thank you very much for the 20th month. The 20th month. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for Patchwork keeping that sub alive for 20 months? Which is a damn long time. Cheers, dude. You headed to bed, cutest? Thanks for being able to swing by today. Here come all them silver statues. Armok is the friends we made along the way. I mean, Armok had a place in Slaves to Armok, and Dwarf Fortress is a spin-off of Slaves to Armok, so I don't know. I don't hear any Creed playing in Assassin's Creed, so clearly no relation. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not entirely certain. To be completely honest with you. I've heard differing opinions. It's not even closely about Armok. I mean, Slaves to Armok 2 has been removed from the title since, so. The game's called just Dwarf Fortress as of Steam release, so that's going to be interesting. No one's going to be asking questions about who Armok is and why they are the god of blood. Or slightly more complex philosophically. I mean, it's something that I get to do that I find interesting, so. Cooler is very much lacking in access to the emotes that he drew. Someone needs to help with this before I do. And autumn has come. The annual tributes from Nulan Abo and Baste Pame have arrived. I don't even need to read them. I just know what they're called. Really? Locutus? Locutus! We are the Borg. Oh, but here's the thing. I never respond with, resistance is futile, though. Cutest might, but resistance is not futile, in fact. In fact, it's completely optional, even. You can resist if you want. You don't have to. I won't really care either way. Man, this guard that's following this merchant's just like pacing back and forth behind him. 1 iron battle axe, a menacing bronze spike, and 5 goat cheese. I'm imagining it's like a battle axe, just like a little cheese spread on it. That's a nice little tribute, you know? Nice big spike. 2 nice weapons and some goat cheese. I'm down. Like, fuck yeah, I'm down. And now the other one is coming. Yeah, if only it had some beer. It's okay. We can supply the beer for the cheese spread. Oh boy. Let me know when you're ready for me to scroll. A silver whip. Ooh. I really should be saving these whips. A bull? Delicious. 10 red root die? I don't know why they're telling the red root to die. I think that's a little rude. Llama's milk? There's llama's milk in there? I mean, yeah, it's the goat blood from the goat that they killed to get the cheese out of it, right? Wait, no, the other one brought me the cheese. Ducky's throwing another goddamn tantrum. This fucking child, man. It's fucking children. It's a lot of random trash, Jack Marshall. It's a lot of random trash. Also, it's good to see you again, by the way. Thanks for coming back. Second day. Because you followed during Brigador, if I'm not mistaken, right? I can't remember if you were here before Brigador or not. Because this is a bit different from Brigador. just a little bit different, you know? Just slightly different from Brigador. Also, Nax, I hope you're doing well. How them rocks coming? Progress is good, it seems. I think I can get this area zoned up too. Or at least get the zones starting. Those two are both going to be my tavern zones. So this is going to be my giant floating tavern. And then at which point I will retire the old tavern. This will just become the main tavern. So I don't know what I'm going to do with this. I might like dig out the old basement area down here. Ah, you discovered the channel from Brigador. Gotcha. You into Dwarf Fortress at all? Because this is kind of like the meat and potatoes of the stream. It's Dwarf Fort. The Iron Battle Axe is the only new item from the Soarings? No repeats? Wow. I feel like the group of Soaring is making some technological advancements recently. They've discovered medical equipment. They're bringing more complicated weapons. By the size of my fortresses? What, that they're having technological advances? I mean, it just means that they bring more. We're not at war with them, so it doesn't matter. It's just kind of interesting to watch more than anything. Wolverine fell out of a tree. Its rear leg takes the full force of the impact. Its rear leg takes the full force and got a bruise. Got 2 bruises on its leg after falling somewhere. It never could get too far. Dwarf Fortress is a game that requires a lot of time. But it's also a game that once it gets its hooks into you, it's really hard to get them out of you. It's very, very difficult to shake it. But that, I think, is part of why Dwarf Fortress is appealing. It's because it's got just kind of like this weird mystique about it, like that. Not a whole lot, Tars. How is you? If I'm not mistaken, I had to expel Tars a second. Although I had to expel a lot of dwarves. Just double checking. Somehow I never needed to actually expel Clay. I almost did. No, never mind. I did not need to expel you. You were whiny, though. You were very depressed for a little bit there. Currently, you're hauling a statue. I mean, to improve your Dwarf Fort skills, you have to want to improve your Dwarf Fort skills. And I think that there's a lot of people who get into Dwarf Fortress and realize quickly that it's not for them. I saw somebody commented on one of my videos recently, which was essentially stating that they hope that their only hope from the Steam version is that they open it up and they are not completely overwhelmed by options. And they are not completely overwhelmed by an insurmountable obstacle of tricky learning curve. And I really, really hope that they can achieve that. That's what they achieve. It's just, you know, it's overwhelming enough that people don't immediately run away from it, which is currently the problem. People just run away, right? Like, it can be overwhelming, but, like, hopefully it's, like, Crusader Kings overwhelming, where, like, it's overwhelming, but, like, doable for people. You have therapy today, so that's why you're probably whining. Well, you needed your therapy to stop being whiny, huh? You have a hard time making a fort that looks cool instead of one that's optimized? You play it like Factorio too much? I mean, being optimized can look cool. But I've also heard that a lot from people, that a lot of people who play this game have a hard time not just making super optimal forts. Yeah, we've gotten a few large precious fire opals from them, which is why I've gotten a bunch of display furniture, which I'm going to put up here next. Currently, I'm just getting all these statues installed. I'm going to give them a little bit of time off because it takes a while to get these statues installed. But I'm going to put a bunch of pedestals up here, and we're going to put fancy gems and stuff on the pedestals. If there's a place where you can play text-based adventure games, what do you mean by a place? Like a place to find them? A place to buy them? Or are you just looking for some good ones? I mean, if you want to try a good one, I recommend Warsim. I don't think the Dwarf Fortress should be limited to a difficulty setting, because the game is easy. What I think it should do is I think it should have like a recommended embark for a newbie. And I think it should give you helpful tips and tricks. Do not embark next to giant letter I. Embark next to happy thing that don't want to kill you. Don't embark next to purple. Speaking of purple, have you guys seen the new world map? Yeah, Warsim. It's on Steam. Here, I'll give you a link. But as far as text-based games go, it's just a matter of just like keeping an eye out for ones that you can buy or play, or there's lots of old free ones. Warsim isn't free, but it's quite cheap, so. the developer also responds to more or less every review, positive or negative, which I think is very interesting. What, like, limit things from being overwhelming? I mean, the difference between playing with 20 dwarves and playing with 200 dwarves is it's like a different game. It's not a difficulty thing. It's a different focus. So I don't think that that's necessarily a good thing. But then again, I also don't play Dwarf Fortress. I'm not the one balancing Dwarf Fortress, so I'm sure they'll figure out a way. I think it's more of a UX issue, less of a number of dwarves issue. I think it's more of just a problem with how the UX is laid out. And I think that they can improve that with relatively minor additions and changes. You know what? Sure. We'll just use all of these because a lot of these were given to us. I made the iron ones, but... There we go. Yeah, I don't know. I'm very cautious when it comes to saying, like, oh, they should do this, because especially when it comes to DF, I don't know what they should do. Like, I have some ideas on what they could do. I have no idea what they should do. I had one door fall off this, and if we're going to be using this stairwell more and more, I'm making it safer. So I'm just giving them, like, a splash zone to land on. Where did my mudstone blocks go? I thought I had 99 of those. Unless I just missed them. I don't know. Maybe I did. Just end up doing weird projects to keep it interesting. Last time you made a fort with a goal to mass produce and sell cookies to the elves. Very specific roast that included eggs. Huh. That's kind of funny. I'm not entirely certain what they'll do, but I've said this before. My biggest hope for Steam DF is that it makes the need for therapist and DF hack a advanced player's tool set, not a thing that's recommended to new players. A sentiment that I see a lot is that people find having multiple windows open very intimidating. Part of the reason they find Dwarf Fortress so intimidating is they seem to think that the only way that you can play Dwarf Fortress effectively, or right, air quotes, is by having 4 different pieces of software running at all times to run Dwarf Fortress. Dwarf Therapist, DF Hack, Dwarf Fortress, and the wiki. And that's very intimidating for a lot of people. A lot of people find that to be overwhelming. And having the 2 extra windows running doesn't help. And having to think, okay, well, I need to be using these because this is the only way to play, and they're all built into Lazy Noob Pack, and then you're also juggling tile sets. Like, the second people don't feel the need to use all of those attachments, I think the barrier to entry for Dwarf Fortress will drop significantly. Because that is a large portion of the barrier to entry. Ducky has slipped into depression. Once again. A palath? It's a handheld stringed instrument. Described similar to a violin, but without a bow. Stone. There is a really good wiki page, Patchwork, called Things to Do in Dwarfort. I think it's just called, it's just, I'm pretty sure it's just things to do in Dwarf Fortress. And it's literally just like, here's a set of weird goals. And it's things like exterminate every race, be friends with every race, murder all of a certain animal type, kill all the forgotten beasts, build a tower in hell, build a sky tower, build an inverted pyramid, build a glass pyramid, build a underwater fortress in a dome, build this, do that. And like, I think that's something that, because I know a lot of people need direction, and Dwarf Fortress isn't much of a game that it doesn't give you direction. You have to come up with your direction, and for anybody who needs direction in a game, I think that those little goals are very helpful, which is why I have big hopes for Steam achievements in DF, giving some people some direction. DF Hack is an in-game therapist, which most people don't use, yes. I ended up using it a lot, and it's in-game and not in another window. Yeah, no, I'm very familiar with the job selection. It's like, it's literally just like this stuff, but like Tarn has stated, at least at PAC, this was 2019, so this was a while ago. This is something I want to ask him about next time I talk to him, which will probably be in the summer sometime, about kind of what their current thoughts are on how they want to organize jobs in the Steam version. Because like some of you may notice, I could just show you actually. Hold on. Dwarf for also sub Beetlejuice. If I go here, like we already have DF Hack features in this. Like this mood bar, this is straight ripped from DF Hack, right? And this is not in vanilla. So that already is there. That's one feature already that we just have now in the Steam version. That's just going to be in the game. That's a DF Hack thing. And I don't know how much more stuff like that we're going to get. I mean, these are already the UI bits, right? Like this is your stock screen. I have a feeling there will probably, well, these are old. These are all mock-ups from previous stuff. But I have a feeling that we're going to get some sort of like building, or not building, but like some sort of job screen that will be similar. But I know from what Tarn has said, he doesn't want to go in the direction of just making everything a spreadsheet, because he says that spreadsheets remove kind of some of the magic. So I personally would be totally okay with just going more the auto job / auto labor route with it. Like, if you want to, you can select stuff. Which is more what I'm hoping for. I hope they will go all in on hyperlinking text. He literally was talking about that when I last talked with him. Sandy, like he was literally talking like they have the code for hyperlinking, so they don't need to write it again. Or he recently refound it, like he had it, which he'd done back like a couple of years ago, and then forgot that he wrote it, and then found it again. So I'm sure some people play Grim Dawn here. There's some people who watch this stream who really like action RPGs. I don't play Grim Dawn, but I'm sure that somebody here has played Grim Dawn. Grim Dawn's pretty popular, and there is almost 70 people watching the stream right now. So yeah, I don't know. It's going to be curious to see what kind of job screen we have, but I think that once he streamlines the world generation stuff, and if people, this is something that I pray and hope that the old DF community doesn't ruin, because there's already people on Steam saying, well, as long as I can have therapist and hack, I don't care what the Steam version looks like. And I'm sitting here going, yay, we had a boy. Cadenza, you had a baby. Congratulations. Does anybody want to be the brand new baby boy in the fortress? Brand new firstborn of this couple. Of Sock Smell and Cadenza. What code? I'd like to have somebody who's never been in before, ideally. You'll be baby. I think Whitcode beat you to it, Patchwork. This is like one of these things where it's like I need people to bid on it. Like auction off the children. I think I'll give it to Patchwork, because I don't believe you've had one here. Patchwork, have you? I don't believe you have. Not in this fort. Patch is annoyed when caught in the rain, even though he's underground. Odd. He's under a thing that is not outside. Hopefully we'll get more. I will cry if they make it a one-to-one copy of the therapist screen. Genuinely, I will be so sad. It'll more or less ruin the game for me if they do. And I really hope they don't do that. Zanny. I'd like it to be similar to the current system where it hides a lot of the detail in that regard. If it just gives you a spreadsheet, it'll be very disappointing to me. I will be very disappointed if they just go with a spreadsheet. Also, if it's the same color as therapist, I will gouge my eyes out. Anyway, his sideburns are clean shaven, and his very long mustache is neatly combed. His very long beard is neatly combed, and his short hair is neatly combed. His slightly thin iris cobalt eyes are incredibly close set, and his teeth are tangled. His ears are somewhat short, and his hair is a crew. His skin is sandy taupe, and his nose is somewhat narrow. Baby dwarves must have really big mouths, because I don't think they ever grow in grown-up teeth, do they? Your parents are Cadanza and Socksmell, and you're a worshipper of Ingush, the embraced roses. Most often takes the form of a male dwarf and is associated with lust. So you worship the god of lust. First child of the day, and goddamn do we need them. Congratulations to the happy parents. I'd like auto jobs with the option to be very specific about my jobs. Right? Like, it doesn't need to be the current menu. It doesn't need to be like connected to each dwarf. I just don't want a spreadsheet as the priority. I don't want that. Because one of my favorite things I ever did in Dwarf Fortress was I started a fort. I did all my things. I set up a mason shop and set up some tables to be made, put a job on repeat, and just kept on working. 3 days later go by, and I'm still working on the same fortress. A couple more days later go by, and I see Masterwork Table pops up. I'm like, what? And then I realized, for the last 3 days of streaming, I had one dwarf that was just making stone tables on repeat. And I'd never run out of stones, so he was still doing it. Guess how many tables I had? And that's something that won't happen if they just give you a full spreadsheet with very clear descriptions of everything. This dwarf had made me like 1,900 tables. I had almost 2,000 tables. And I want that to still be able to happen, because that's, to me, is like some of the funniest like miscommunication shit that happens in DF. To me, a lot of the fun that I get out of Dwarf Fortress is the dumb miscommunication shit that happens when I fuck up just slightly and have somebody in the wrong job. That, to me, is very funny, because part of what Dwarf Fortress does really well is the kind of the chaos of managing a fortress like this, and I think it's kind of obtuse UI lends itself to that, because I'm trying to balance this fortress is pretty easy because, it's 31 dwarves and 42 total, including the migrant workers. So it's very much this fortress is a lot easier than an average fort. I traded them off pretty quick, Danks. It was like 2 or 3 years worth of trading and they were all gone. But it's just amusing to me. And I think that people who, and this is one of the reasons I encourage people to not play with Dwarf Therapist, isn't because I think Dwarf Therapist is bad. I think it's a very useful tool, actually, for more advanced players who want to do more mega build stuff. But you kind of miss out on some of the unintended comedy that comes out of not using those things. And that's something that I think a lot of people miss out on in their gameplay. Because it is genuinely fucking hilarious when that stuff happens. So, I don't know. We'll see what direction they go. There's already some things that are in the UI that are just straight ripped off out of DFX stuff, which is good. I hope that there's a thing that says how many beds you have built and how many beds are claimed. And a clearer menu to show how many dwarves don't have beds instead of having to go here and then go to assign bed and scroll up here. Right now, Stone, Goffer, Ducky, and Patchwork, none of them have beds, but they're also children, so they're sharing with their parents still, so that's fine. But yeah, I don't know. It's a tricky thing. Yay, Abe is completely no longer stressed out. That's good to see. Exactly, and it's not even a matter of it being more realistic for me. It's more of a matter of it being fun. I find it fun. And it's that simple. This dwarf really wants to practice martial art. We'll let you go join the military. I need to find a couple dwarves that I can put into the military. So I'm looking for dwarves that want to practice martial arts. Ideally ones that want to practice martial arts that are also brave. You want to troublemaker. You also want to make friends. You also want to practice a martial art. There you go. Nervicious and Squoid can join the military. What project is Longdeath on lately? You haven't been able to make it to the stream in a while? Yeah, thanks. That's good to see you, by the way. We're working on this. This is our new tavern. It's slightly more designed than the old bottom of the pit tavern. It's suspended up and above the pit, and I want to have 2, maybe 3 main entrances to the damn thing. Over here, I'm going to have an above-ground ballista range, and this is hopefully where we're going to celebrate year 200. We're currently at the year 184, about to roll into year 185, meaning that we're currently 179 and a half years into this fortress. Well, 179 and 3/4 of the way into this fortress. And it's something that I am looking forward to and working on. The top of this is all roofed off. There's a bit of a tower over there. The top of this it's a very high ceiling, not fully roofed off. There's a little bit in the center that's open still. And I'm not totally sure. I think I might just put grates up here. I think I made some a little while ago. Whoopsies. Yeah, I made a bunch of electrum grates for this. So I'm going to kind of fill these up with electrum grates. Yeah, that's kind of the main project right now. Is this thing. Yukia? Not when it's completely sealed off. Make it into a 300 death pit? Yeah, I could. I also have long-term plans for that hole in the center. Long-term plans, because there's a long way down. Anyway, one thing at a time. For kicking messengers into? Here's the thing, we're not at war for it. We're not at war with anybody in this fortress. Quite literally. We've never actually had to fight with anybody. Just a couple of kobolds very early on who tried to steal some of our stuff, but that's about it. Zope would like to practice martial art. I'm sure you'll be okay. It's been a while. Sometimes you gotta boot up DF. Especially if you haven't tried the new version. New version's pretty cool. What kind of fort is Longdeath? You've been watching the stream for a long time and you haven't figured that out? We're trying to keep the fortress alive for 1,000 years. I've never fought with the goblins. I don't know what you're talking about. I've never been invaded by the goblins in this fort. Well, actually, that's not true. We got invaded once by the goblins. My mountain home's at war with the goblins. I'm not. Yeah, it came out like 3 weeks ago. Next. Bunch of bug fixes related to dwarves getting happy thoughts from meals and being a bit happier. What year are we in? I literally said that 5 minutes ago. Year 184, meaning we're 179 years in. Well, technically it's 184 of 1005. Yeah, we need to hit 1005. Yeah. Yeah, so if you haven't played in a while, now's a good time to jump back in, Max. Quite literally, now's a really good time to jump in. Your brain dead, so that checks out. No, that's totally fair. I mean, I mishear shit all the time. I've got this pink slowly going around the outside here. But yeah, no. I want this upper area to be very fancy. I'm doing my best. I can start putting interesting items. Ooh, I should put coins. It's been a while since I've made coins. Made a lot in the year 37 and a lot in the year 100. About 2, well, it's tied to frame rate patchwork, but it's about, a year's about 2 hours right now. A little more because I pause a bunch, but... That's a pleasant screen. Just all of the body parts that are just around. Just around, you know? Nothing out of the ordinary. But yeah, very slowly building up bits and pieces. I think another thing I'll put over here is an amulet. Artifact 1. Here, I'm going to put a sock for one of my other mares. Guess that counts as footwear. We're going to move this artifact sock up here. But yeah, interesting things from the fortress are going to go onto these pedestals. But yeah, no, the early streams of this fort, I was doing like 5, 6, 7 years, or not quite 7 years a day. I was doing about 5 years per day because it was about an hour per year, but we're running at about half speed now. So I'm getting about 40-ish frames average these days. Sometimes it goes up to 60, sometimes it goes down to 30. And because of kind of that fluctuation a little bit, depending on the time of year and what's going on in the world map at the time, the frame rate's been fluctuating a bit, which is slowing things down. It is slowing down the passage of time. Which is kind of okay. It's kind of okay. I think this thing looks quite nice. I think it looks quite nice. Here come those pink blocks. Perfect. Yeah, I kind of want the little pink ramps all the way around the outside of that. Chat, can I get a round of beers? I'm just going to take a real quick restroom break because I also have the hiccups right now. I don't want to get rid of these. I'll be back in a sec. But yeah, I think that if I pushed it, I could pretty easily, and this is me being conservative, I could probably, without too much difficulty, push the number of years per stream up to about 4 per stream. If I went a little nuts. And I'm thinking about doing that a couple months over the summer. Is just do like basically marathon months where I just do this 8 hours a day instead of switching games halfway through and do less records. Just to kind of get through a period of time. Because right now, approximately, it's about 250 streams left, right? I think I could get that down to about 150. Like, I think I could probably crank this out by the end of the year pretty easily. I don't know if we'll make it. I don't know how worth it that is. Oh, hey, winter's upon us. But I went 8 hours a day? No. No, it's about, I go for about 4 to 5 hours a day on the fort currently. But I could push it up to the point where we could get this done, I think, in about, like, based on my math, probably about 170 more streams. If I cranked up the amount that I was doing. No, it's about 6. Or like 4 to 6. And I think I could crank it out and get it done. I'm just kind of not right now. I'm kind of just not necessarily dawdling. I think dawdling is the wrong word. But we're getting there. One piece at a time. 1 week at a time. You want to go pray? That's okay. You can go pray. I think I'm also going to make this into part of the tavern. But yeah, that's where I'm at. I'm just like, I'm pretty sure that if I cranked up to 8 hours a day, based on the amount of time that's passing right now, I could probably get this done pretty quick. But my main goal for this fortress right now is I just want it to be done before the Steam version comes out, right? So, longer that takes, longer I can take. The slower I can go. But currently, in order for us to last, we need more babies. So, dwarves, please have babies. I doubt saves will really be compatible. So, probably not. I'd be willing to bet right now that saves will not be compatible. So, I'm not going to say I'm going to do anything, because I don't know. It's too much uncertainty there. Gravicus. Unless you're asking if I'm going to stream the Steam version, yes. Will I move this fort over? Probably not, if it's still going. Unlikely. I have, however, threatened to do this a second time. So we'll see how it goes. William Katsu's a happy little dwarf. Go do happy little dwarf things. Man, rip all those tickets. Safe slot. Another interesting little thing to note is every single time we get the full moon now, there's no longer lag spikes. There was for a bit there, meaning that there was probably were creatures somewhere in the world. Or at least were creatures that were somewhere in the world rampaging somewhere. They seem to have stopped. So whatever was causing that frame rate drop must have ceased. It's a really interesting observation. You notice these little things, dude. Notice these little things. I mean, I'm not the first person to make that observation. But we have the full moon right now. It's right there. And the frame rate hasn't slowed down. But like previously, there was a bit there where I would lose about 5 to 10. Got put down by the dwarf police. Oh, did one of your dwarves get murdered by or for committing a crime? It's always a sad time. Hey, Tele. Good day? I slept through the night for the first time since Sunday, which is nice. So I'm on more than 2 hours of sleep. Aside from that, I'm doing all right. Watched an interesting film about Filipino migrant workers last night, which is part of a films festival, which is profoundly disturbing. Yeah, that's me since yesterday, anyway. Oh, you were talking about that. I thought you were talking about like one of your dwarves getting like one shot by a hammer. I was like, that was fast. I thought you only just started the game back up. Another thing that I will encourage people who are maybe getting back into DF or looking for a new world, you can also, but this is kind of me tooting my own horn here. You should download the Dayfort's world. Build a fort in that world, because you'll have all of the lore that I've already discovered and built for that world. You can go find more lore. So if you discover interesting things. I conducted a meeting in a fantastic setting. I am proud. I'm glad that you're proud. Now, can you stop this child from, like, crying? Felt satisfied while crying on somebody in charge and felt satisfied while yelling at somebody in charge. Well, at least you're yelling at the mayor. I love this image of an upset 3-year-old in the mayor's office yelling at the mayor because they're unhappy with how the fort's being run. I love that mental image. It's such a good little mental image. It's so fucking funny. Also, I hope the elves bring me more dingoes, because my 2 dingoes are rather lonely right now. I want a full herd of dingoes. I don't think they travel in herds. I think they travel in packs, but you know what I mean, I think. Dorothy has a steel spear. Good. Make some more swords and shields. And breastplates and stuff. But yeah, no, I'm pretty sure there was only one because there was only one were creature that I could find in Legends last time I looked in this world. So be interesting. Yeah, right, Rainbow? That's a pretty accurate description of most of my dwarves. Yeah, except a little bit more bearded, you know? It's more like a bearded 2-year-old just going, meh. Actually, I think that's a lady, so she wouldn't be bearded, but it's just a funny visual to me. But then again, basically everybody in this actually, I wonder if she's related to the mayor at all. Let's find out. Ducky, are you related to my mayor? No, not so far. Just a passing acquaintance. Not an uncle, an aunt, or anything. Interesting. Grow their first beard the second they are born. They have a beard. Fully grown beard. If they're a male dwarf. If they're a female dwarf, they don't grow beard. Unless you go into your settings and change one setting. Nope. Female dwarves have never been bearded. It's meme perpetuated by fans of a certain author. Which I never read growing up. Pratchett. So, for me, my headcanon's always been that female dwarves don't have beards. And by default, they aren't bearded in DF. Which is why in the Steam version, lady dwarves don't have beards. Like, most recent screenshots that were released have many images of lady dwarves without beards. But there are some people who get weirdly agitated about female dwarves not having beards in DF to the point where it's like, yeah, I'm never going to turn that setting on for people just because I like how annoyed people get by it. And I'm kind of looking forward to the Steam version coming out and people going, there's going to be a lot of weirdness around that, but nope, lady dwarves don't have beards. You should read the descriptions of them. They never have, never will. Like, this dwarf's a boy, right? Sideburns, mustache, double braids, very long beard, braided. My mare, she, lady, wants to practice martial art too. Her hair is neatly combed, sandy taupe skin is extremely wrinkled. She has some scars, cobalt eyes are incredibly close set, no beard. Interesting. I'm gonna put you back into the military for a bit, let you go train. It's about time we let you train again. I've never heard of said manga, but fair enough, Krabicus. But yeah, no, male baby dwarves have beards the second they are born. The second they are born, they have beards. I think it's neat that I don't know. I think that if they all just have beards, it's a less interesting, varied visual. See if I can find a picture of you guys, or for you guys, for those of you who don't watch the little updates I do or read the blog posts. But give me a second. I don't see hair working its way out to the world. I don't know what you're saying. What does that mean? This is an image of a bunch of different sprites. So, elves, humans, dwarves. Female. Elves, humans, dwarves. Male. This one shaved his beard. That's absolutely shameful. But, see, they don't have beards. Shameful. Shameful. It's just like human males who shave their hair. Shameful. Cheers, Jamie is my mayor, who very much enjoys practicing in the military. Who's also 166 years old. I hope this dwarf makes it to 170. I've had this weird feeling that Cheers Jamie's just gonna die every single stream I've done for the past little bit. How many owned items do you have, actually? 196 owned objects. It's actually not that many. To demoralize them? Well, dwarves raised in human civilizations will shave their beards. So there is that, Beetlejuice. There is that. I've actually had multiple dwarven civs that were the majority of the male dwarves had curly hair and no beards. And the only logical description for that is like human culture is very heavily integrated into dwarven society. It's the only way for that to happen. So if human culture and dwarven culture get very heavily integrated, it is possible to have entire dwarven civs where none of the dwarves have beards. Which is fascinating that this game has the capacity to do that. It's such a small little thing, too, that most people will never even comprehend, think about, or notice, but I love that it exists, you know? I absolutely love that it exists. Large cut sunstone. Hanging rings of dog bone. Looking for something I could... Ooh. Large, round, white chalice-stony cabochon. Circled with finely crafted oval cobalt cabochons and menaces with spikes of turkey bone. An image of a custard. You know what? I'm just going to put all of these large gems here rather than selling them. I'm not going to put the artifact one there. It's just going to be covered in that stuff. Exactly, like, and the Dwarf Fortress magic, like, shining through is kind of the best part, in my opinion, about, like, you know, those weird little bits of culture that you get, and, like, suddenly if all the dwarves just have beards, then you kind of lose a little bit of that, you know what I mean? I don't know. I mean, I threw out a comment in my most recent news update where I basically just state, like, it's really neat seeing, like, the kind of rainbow of different skin colors and hairstyles. And some people were kind of shitty in the comments, as you could maybe imagine. Not too many, but there was enough that it was noticeable. But I kind of looked at that and was like, well, like, that's literally one of the coolest parts about DF for me. Is it's like the fact that it has like a functioning racial systems, which I think is really cool. It is a dumb meme? Yes, it is a dumb meme. But it's a dumb meme that's so much of a meme that many people think it's true. Just like a lot of people who play Dwarf Fortress or are familiar with Dwarf Fortress but maybe don't play it still think that tantrum spirals and... what's the word I'm looking for here? Tantrum spirals and... I'm blanking now. Still think that tantrum spirals are a thing and assume that... thermonuclear cat explosions are a regular occurrence. It's like, no, never been things, really. Yeah, no, it was there was one comment that I found quite amusing, which was just dwarves having a variety of skin tones and hair colors. Man, social justice warriors ruin everything. And I was literally reading that and going like, you do realize Dwarf Fortress has had like a pretty detailed genetic system for a very long time, right? Like, you do realize like you're just kind of an idiot here. Mayor's ended a mandate. I'm putting ramps in here so I can get on top of this little window area. You always give a slight glance for tile sets that having, well, you know, what skin tones tile sets use? Oh, you mean like all the dwarves looking the same? And all, like, not actually following the same level of depth and variety as dwarves have? Oh, so there was a problem with cats super duper overbreeding in an older version, Pilot Guy, where cats would just breed at such a rapid rate in Dwarf Fortress, it would, like, spontaneously fuck your frame rate, essentially. Like, you could have, like, critical mass of cats in an older version where they would literally just go and just completely cover the entire map, and your game would crash, or your computer would crash, whatever crashed first. And then one player took cats and modded their blood, so it was yes, we're talking about old bugs. So, and took cats and modded the blood temperature so that it was the same temperature as, what do you call it? Something's collapsed on the surface, excuse me? I didn't just chop down a tree, though. The fuck? Weird. Anyway, and modded, the temperature of cat's blood so it was the same temperature as lava. And then when then they embarked with as many cats as they possibly could, so cats just went and also just went and the entire map explodes. That's a thermonuclear cat explosion. But some people seem to think that that's a feature of DF still. So, on the topic of dumb memes, yeah, there's a video of it somewhere. There's like 2 or 3 videos of it. So yeah, that's what a thermonuclear cat explosion is in DF. I still think that the much cooler bug than cats dying in taverns to, like, stuff on their paws is the babies riding parents to their death, because I think that's so much more ironic, but no one remembers that one. It's Kraken theme music for Pirates Generic Music Pack number 4 from Dark Fantasy Studio is the name of this song. In my head, I think of this one as knockoff Pirates of the Caribbean. Your favorite bug was an old time when giant mosquitoes were numberless. That's the narrative best tag. Yes. Yep. Yep. That and, like, Carp having the Gandhi problem. I mean, there's so many people. There's so many people who are, like, relatively aware of Dwarf Fortress. You have a good night, Krabicus. Who are relatively aware of Dwarf Fortress, but have never actually played it, and all of their learned knowledge come from memes and Boat Murdered, which is why I think it's very important for people who actively play Dwarf Fortress to just, like, try and educate people. Because there's so much incorrect information about this game in, like, the public knowledge base, it's kind of a problem. We need to fix that so that people don't, you know, just assume all of this incorrect information is accurate, because it's not. Just need someone to come up here and remove that statue. There you go. So I can actually place something in the middle. Also, hello, gentle food. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, more than talking about old bugs, we're more just talking about old DF memes that people still think are fact. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know really what we can do. You first heard about Dwarf Fortress from a flesh-eating carp article? which was probably written, I don't know, 10 years after Flesh-Eating Carpworth. Keep it alive for 1,000 years. We are almost on year 180. That's the goal for this fort. I don't know. I just dream of a world where there are people outside of obsessives who play this game way too much who are aware of it outside of the means. About Obok Meat God. Who wrote about that? I need to like... I have a pretty I have a relatively decent knowledge of the common stories, but not as deep as I'd want it to be. Considering it's been like 10 years since I've read Boat Murdered, I at some point need to just like read Boat Murdered. Maybe, you know what I should do? I should have just read Boat Murdered stream as a charity incentive when I do my birthday charity stream. That would be a good thing. It's like, if we raise $5,000, I will do a full read through of Boat Murdered on stream at a later date. I forgot that Boat Murdered was still in 2D. Yeah. I forgot that shit. Also, flesh-eating carp. Flarp, as I like to call them. Get attacked by a flying flarp. The carp stands up. The slug stands up is the funniest thing I've seen. The giant slug stands up. That or the snake stands up. I actually saw the helmet snake stands up relatively recently in a combat log, and it gave me a chuckle. I was like, how does a snake stand up? The giant anaconda stands up. And all of like the images of like the giant snail stands up, and it's just like a snake, like just like a photo of a snail with like human legs sticking out of the bottom. It's like, uh-oh. That's when you know shit's real. That's when you run away. That's when you scream. The snail stands up. But yeah, no, this fortress is mostly like a really long line of mega projects that I'm very slowly working on. As I try to keep the multi-generations of dwarves alive with a pretty small population count. We currently have 31 citizens in the fort with a maximum cap of 55. So we'll see if our population ever goes up above 30 again, though. And the whole point is just to keep the fortress alive as long as possible. I'm trying to, for people who are familiar with big legendary fortresses, I'm trying to basically have an older fortress than Arch Crystal, because Arch Crystal is kind of the oldest fortress that's heavily documented. What biome? Just temperate. Nothing super fancy. We're split over 2 biomes, technically. The right side is a pretty normal forest, which is wilderness, and the right side is a wilderness mountain biome, which is why there's no trees over there. It's relatively cold, so we get snow in the winter. That's why everything's frozen right now. The fortress itself is a giant fucking hole in the ground, with some storage and some catacombs and little maze and, you know, pretty normal stuff. Pretty standard dwarfy things. Our drainage systems, the in case of emergency hide and bunker room. We do have access to caverns down here, which is there. And there's a Titanic Forgotten Beast down there. I got some Forgotten Beasts trapped in cages. I've got giants and ettins, and I had a Cyclops, but the ettins beat the shit out of it because I wanted to watch them fight. I got 2 Minotaurs. Anyhow, all that fun stuff. I thought I made 5 of these. What? Oh, there's one. I just paused it at the wrong time. Hello, Vigero. What's up? How is your dwarf? That is a question. Did you may ask? I just have to find him. Because all of the doors being legendary makes actually sorting through this rather difficult for me. There you are. Lonely after being away from people for too long. Bored after leading an unexciting life for so long. Lonely after being unable to make merry for so long. I think that, like, the mega projects for a while have been a bit much. You're currently socializing by yourself. So, kind of a mood right there. There you are. Aside from that, pretty happy. You're married to Zane. You're 143 years old. You have a very calm demeanor. A turnaround after being caught in the rain in the year 180. So 4 years ago, you got caught in the rain, and since then, you've been very calm. You're just like playing with the little Rubik's cube. I mean, currently, you're being carried around by mom. You're old? I mean, yeah. Yeah, I'm sure you've got like 5 years left in you. Here's the thing, though, right? Like, you say that you're old. My mayor, Cheers Jamie, who was born in this fortress, right? This dwarf was born here. Wants me to make 2 scepters. Okay, fine. Is 166 years old. Is the daughter of one of the original 7. That's my mayor. Which is awesome. Scepters. So, that kind of shit. It's just too cool. And I don't think Cheers Jamie has come by the stream in like 3 months. Kind of wish Cheers Jamie would swing by so I could just be like, yo, your dwarf has been my mayor for the past while. Although we did actually have a functioning 2-party system where Cheers Jamie and then another dwarf would get elected in alternating years up until recently, but... One step in the grave already? You're married, though. I guess it's probably a very happy relationship, I assume, if you're a lonely old man. Isn't all reality sometimes scary, though? Like, isn't all reality sometimes scary? Just flat out. Oh my god, hold on a second. Okay, I misread that. No, I didn't. Doors disintegrate? Do you guys know that stone doors disintegrate in Dwarfort? This object is heavily worn. Do you guys know that doors disintegrate? I didn't. I just learned something. All right, well, cool. I guess I'm gonna need to replace my fucking doors. Beds disintegrate, bins disintegrate, doors disintegrate. What doesn't? Did tables disintegrate? I mean, those are all made of stone, so I guess not. Well, I mean, beds take 400 years to completely disintegrate, right? Like, these beds are all disintegrating. But I've never, like, paid much attention to my doors. So how come that door is damaged, but none of these are? I wonder if someone just, like, punched the door a bunch. Is it possible for a door to take damage from somebody hitting it? Oh, yeah, definitely. I've had other things take damage, but, like, normally they just, like, rip it off the hinges. Maybe overuse? Interesting. I mean, this is one of the most used doors. I mean, of course we've had tantrums. This is Dwarf Fortress. Like, quite literally. Like, we had a tantrum not too long ago. Maybe. I don't know. It's just, it's weird. I've never seen a door take damage before. Like, thousands of hours in Dwarfort. Many, many tantrums have been seen by this stream. But I've literally never seen a door take damage. Okay, let's check another common one then. These are very common doors. They haven't taken damage. These two both have. Or rather, this one has. This stone door is showing some wear. Those are also very heavily used. How about these ones? These are both very heavily used. Some of my doors are taking damage. There's another one showing some wear. Those two haven't. These ones are also very heavily used. This one's showing somewhere. Huh. Maybe vandalism charges, because sometimes I'll see them stand in doorways. I wonder, maybe that's it. Perhaps it's vandalism. That's interesting. This shit's fucking fascinating. Because, like, I've seen dwarves tantrum and rip doors off their hinges. I've seen dwarves tantrum and stand in doorways. But I don't believe I've ever seen doors just... No wonder they get beatings? I guess so, yeah. Because you can't topple a door. I wonder if that's in the wiki. I bet you it's not. Somebody go add that to the wiki. Doors can take damage. How about these ones? You see, neither of these ones are. What about my traps? Can traps take damage? No, those haven't. Actually, hold on. What about you? No, no. There's another one. That's wild, dude. Cheers, IDZ. I mean, the thing that I'm still waiting for is like half of the bins in this fortress to deteriorate. I know that bridges can take damage. There are certain things that can destroy bridges. Tantruming dwarves can topple down bridges, and dragons can burn upright bridges. But to my knowledge, those are the only things that can destroy bridges. Or also, building destroyers can topple flat bridges. So bridges that are not up can be toppled by building destroyers. It's like a troll could just run up and topple them. So yeah, I don't know. That's wild. Speaking of upset dwarves, Ducky is wandering around obliviously. That dwarf just strikes me as kind of busted. Dwarf.exe not working. What, just wandering around obliviously? I mean, that's me on a Friday night, Ducky. Just wandering around obliviously, you know, casually. What the fuck's that made out of? Oh, it's a named iron shield. I like this. It's like, what has it done? My mayor used it, and my mayor killed 6 wild animals with it, and also Trumpet Dog. Because my mayor tantrumed once and killed a dwarf. Trumpet Dog. Long time ago. No longer depressed, though. With a shield, yeah. I feel like that should be put up on the on a pedestal in the new tavern. To a short test something, this one. You had a good bugged axe lord that fought with a shield ages ago because he refused to pick up an axe. Have you ever had a squad of wrestlers that uses nothing but shields? It's kind of like the, oh, they take less damage when they have shields situation. So you just give them only shields and just like laugh when nothing else can hit them. It's very funny. I've done that a couple of times. It's nowhere near as crazy as like spider people adventurers that just have one shield in every hand. It's like good luck actually hitting them. And then a sword. So just a bunch of shields and then just a sword. It's like all of the blocking. It's like that one Sith in Star Wars who I can't remember the name of now, who is in, I think, episode 3? Who's just like or maybe he's in episode 2. I can't remember. The guy with the 4 arms. That is your weapon. Yeah, exactly. Here's your shield and the other shield. And my other what? Excuse me? Here's the shield and the other. Oh, I fucked this up. One block too far over. Just biting. Only shields. Yes, you're only. Here's the thing, though. Like, you joke about just biting until, like, you read a combat log of a dwarf just beating something's head in with their shield. General Grievous. That's his name. My knowledge of the prequels is minimal. I think I can count on one hand the number of times I've seen those movies. I remember watching them when I was younger and thinking they were fine. Never watching them again. He was so badass in the cartoon. I don't watch children's shows, so I skipped that. I find the writing in those things to be insufferable. And I watched a couple of minutes of that show and was like, you know what? Nah, it's not for me. I once read a combat log of a legendary something of one of my dwarves who bit a goblin by the tongue, shook him around violently, and the severed part sailed off in an arc. He bit a goblin on the tongue. It's also great when you get like dwarves biting eyes out or like biting eyelids. Grabs thing by eyelid, shakes them around violently. It's like, excuse, pardon, what? You're doing what? You're shaking it by the what now? Spring has arrived. Is my mare dead yet? Most violent or funniest? Cut someone open by spilling their guts, then bit their guts, then shook them apart. Huh. No! This is a sad day, chat. This is a very, very, very sad day. Man, I'm going to miss Sui. Sui was a good dwarf. And of course, I just DM'd it to Sui to let her know that she just died in my world. That dwarf was like 160 years old. Born in this fortress, too. Died of old age in this fortress. Had a bunch of children. Also, Pilot's dead. Sorry, Pilot. Also, Pilot died. Sad days. Very good sword master as well. Pour one out for Sui. They just stopped being alive. It's like they didn't die in the combat log. They just ceased living. 1 copper bar. There's an easy one for you. I don't even think you need to screenshot that one. Just a single copper bar. Nice and easy paperwork for you. Man. Sui was a good dwarf. Such a good dwarf. I think Sui's gonna get an engraving on the ground in front of her coffin. I also need to dig out more coffins. I'm almost need to like make another coffin floor. I'm kind of starting to run out of space here. Unless you happen to have a world that has the equivalent of loots. It's funny, loots don't exist, but there's definitely loot India. Place both those down over there. Nervicious became a spear dwarf. You say potato, I say tomato. I say tomato, you say potato. Neighbor just dropped something heavy above me. A stray duck has been missing for a week. Oh no. That is an absolute travesty. Not only did we lose 2 dwarves, but someone's duck died. R.I.P. pet duck. Here comes the coffin. Memorial slab for the duck? Nah. I don't really memorialize any pets. I also have coffins set in the raws so that they default to not allowing pets. So it defaults to pets, but it allows citizens. Because just like, screw memorializing pets, it's pain in the ass. Dwarves is enough to memorialize. This cat is still stray, even though I've seen it hanging around a lot of people. There's only 1 cat in the fort right now. I had a bunch of cats, but I ate them all because the frame rate was getting a little fucky because of them. But yeah, no. This whole fortress is kind of an exercise in my own patience, really. But I do have other fortresses as well. This isn't the only thing I do in DF. I have a whole other world, which is running on the most recent version, whereas this is one behind now. That world, every Saturday, I play a one-shot fortress, and I also do the occasional adventurer in that fortress, and the occasional legends dive in that world. I also do the occasional either one-shot or series based around a holiday. So for Mario Day, I played the Rise of the Mushroom Kingdom overhaul mod, which is very buggy on the current version, but works. It's just World Gen rarely lasts longer than 50 years. So you kind of have to like pause the game immediately. The second you get through World Gen, you're fine though. It runs just fine in game. So I'd recommend installing an older version of the game, installing that mod, generating a world, and then moving it over to the most recent, because it works just fine in game to get all the nice little perks and benefits. But you can still play as Toads. On Star Wars weekend, or Star Wars days, on May the 4th, and Revenge of the Fifth, I'm going to play Jawa Fortress, which has been updated for the most recent version already. The elves have arrived once again to trade. Please have brought a moose. I want a male moose. I want to breed moose. So we can make moose bone crafts. Who doesn't want to make moose bone crafts? I mean, also, if they bring me more unicorns, I will not say no to that. Speaking of, still just a 2? Come on, unicorns. Make baby unicorns. You bastards. Get to it. Chop shop. Not specifically for the knowledge, spreading the knowledge to my civ, but I have domesticated animals before. I domesticated drothlas in a cavern fort a while ago. But I've never managed to get them to the point where I can then embark with them, if that's what you're asking. I don't know if it's possible to get it to the point where you can embark with them, but I have domesticated like 4th generation drothlas before. I initially was, for a while there, was trying to train Grey Langurs in this fort, and I kind of gave up. I was like, fuck this shit. They keep escaping and, like, stealing my books and running away. So, like, they're getting annoying, so I stopped doing that. Or trying to steal my books and then just getting splattered in my library. And I was like, you know what? I'm tired of, like, cleaning these bloodstains off the floor. Let's just not. I should do that in a different fort, so. I'm still kind of holding out hope that a dragon will show up here and then a second dragon will show up so I can raise them. Yeah, I don't, well, here's the thing, like, you can impart knowledge into your civ, and then if you embark with that civ again, you still have that knowledge, because, like, it builds up in this screen, right? So, like, you can domesticate animals in this screen, and I know that, like, we've gained, we now are expert Wolverine tamers because of this fortress. Because I constantly am taming Wolverines and then slaughtering them. But I haven't actually bothered to breed them. I'm sure if I tamed a bunch of Wolverines, put them in a room by themselves and breeded them a couple generations, we'd probably get them to domestic. Maybe I'll do that at some point. I just haven't gotten bored enough to do that. So I could do that with this. But currently, no. I wonder, actually... No, we have no knowledge of unicorns, which is interesting, because I've had dozens of unicorns in this fort. Wolverine army. Here's the thing. People assume that every domesticated animal can be war trained. Very few of them actually can be. And they wouldn't be particularly strong. They're like it would be a cool intimidation factor, but it wouldn't be very effective. Wolverines are actually kind of weak in DF. Considering, like, a Wolverine walked into my unicorn pasture where I have my moose. One of these. Attacked the moose kicked it in the head and its head exploded. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Elbow's here. He's got a sword. Duck for cover. Hide the memes. What? Oh, hi, Hobo. How are you? How's things, man? They brought an emu. It's not a moose. They brought me a unicorn. Good stuff. Brought donkeys. 2 donkeys. I could breed some donks. Let's breed some donkeys. Why not? I got wild boars, which I don't want. Pond turtle. One of my long-term goals for this fortress is I want to try and get... Because, okay, there's a very, very, very rare and very, very, very small chance of getting... Real-life Wolverines are way scarier than Dwarf Fortress Wolverines, yes. There's a very, very real and very, very small chance that the elves will bring gremlins to trade. I'm going to buy that just for fun. That they will bring gremlins to trade. I want to trade for a gremlin because they are technically exotic pets. And elves bring exotic pets. So I want to try and get a gremlin in my fortress because they're basically immortal, if not immortal. And because all they do is walk around the fortress and talk to people, eventually they will get far and away the highest talking skill of anybody in the fortress, and we'll get elected mayor. I would like to have a gremlin as my mayor of this fortress. That's a long-term, like, fingers crossed goal that I have. Hopefully you got a big bag, Hobo. Reminds you of the weird liquids being traded in barrels. Have you not looked at a trader recently? Because they still bring gremlin tears and random blood and shit. That's still a thing. And I hope it never changes. They should really just make blood into a cooking ingredient, though. Do you remember magma? Fair, okay. I mean, I don't know. Gremlin tears and, like, snail ichor are pretty strange, but yeah, sure. They're not bringing us lava or anything in barrels. That being said, someone wants to bring me lava in an obsidian barrel, I'm down. Like, that's badass. I want that. Orson, would you like to join the military? If you'd like to join the military, okay, sure. Go pick up some equipment. I mean, that's a dwarfy sounding thing, you know? Unicorn blood sausage, why not? Grasshopper paste. That's all I have to say to that, Vim. Well, I mean, what's worse? You drink the grasshopper paste, or you lick the grasshopper paste? Fly brain biscuits are probably your favorite thing. Heard a weird fucking sound in my apartment. What the hell was that? It was from outside. I mean, I once had giant butterfly heart roast in a fort. That was one of the seasonal forts I did last year. But we had giant... Oh, it was the Halloween fort because we were on a... Or no, it was the Christmas fort. It was Gift Vault because we were on a good glacier. Yeah, it was a Untamed Wilds good glacier. And during the summer, giant butterflies would spawn. And they'd fly in, and my hunters would hunt them. And we were cooking giant butterfly brain biscuits and meals and roasts. It was good. My favorite thing is when, like, the tribute bringers, the humans who bring me tribute twice a year, bring me, like, 5 cow eyes. Or 5 cow... Like, things that come in twos. You know, it's like 5 cow... This. It's like, okay, so wait, you killed 4.5 cows? Where's the other one? Did you eat it on the way here? Oh, also, Hobo, I was going to mention this to you yesterday, but got distracted. Saturday and Sunday this week, I'm down to play some EDF in the evenings if you want. I don't really feel like I should stream EDF, though. I mean, like, I've probably streamed weirder games. I think Trackmania is probably weirder than EDF, but... Cheers, man. Because we need to save the world from any alien attack. Oh, I know what that sound is. Hot air escaping from my coffee. All right, I should probably pasture them donkeys. I feel like I should make another pasture up here. You know, actually, let's make this into a pen pasture. Put the donkeys out here. I also now have another unicorn to add to the pack. And apparently a wolverine. A bunch of wolverines, in fact. I should, you know, I'm going to leave 2 of these wolverines alive. I'm going to try domesticating wolverines. Let's make a little room back here, though, to do it in. So I don't really want to keep them with my chickens. For what should be pretty obvious reasons. Oh, also, Axon, you say that snail ichor intrigues you? The snail stands up. That's all. I also have 2 dead chickens in here already, so I don't need them killing more of my chickens. I mean, I don't think that they eat. I'm pretty sure that wolverines are one of those animal types that just subsists off of small rodents. So I don't think that they will hurt my chickens unless they lose their training, in which case then yeah, they'd probably hurt my chickens. But there we go. We're getting those 2 chickens out of there. Let's domesticate wolverines and make them into pets. This is probably a terrible idea, right? Domesticating wolverines? No sane person would ever do such a thing. There we go. One of my hens has finally been found dead. Well, no, I just need to wait until there's only those 2 left and they're both tamed. It's the main thing I'm waiting for now. Just gonna kind of add that wall in because I kind of like the look of the constructed or smoothed wall near to it, and I dug out too much to put a smoothed wall in there. Rock door is done. Throw the door in. I'm going to need 2 ropes or chains. Sure, rope, reed, ropes work. Because these ones will forget their training occasionally. So I'm going to put them in here, and then I'm going to put their babies in there with them. And the only reason dwarves will have to go in there is just to tame them. Dredvik, you know what? Let's give you animal training, because I need some more animal trainers. There you go. Go tame a wolverine.
As this is getting done really slowly. Hopefully this dwarf sorts their brain out. They were haggard for a little bit there. They were purple, and they've come back down to red, so that's good. They're just stressed out now instead of, like, suicidal. You know what's one of the scariest things to me in Dwarf Fortress? Is when I have just, like, mushroom trees like this. You know, like, just these white trees, and then they move. And it's the, oh no, that's actually an ogre. Whenever I see those, I always, like, have this, like, kind of just pretty standard response, and then, oh no. That's very, very bad. All right, I'm gonna let them do that for a sec. I'm just gonna go prep my lunch stuff. I'm not actually gonna have lunch right now, but I will be back in a mo. Sometimes the ASCII tricks you. Yeah, no, exactly. You know that you're good at telling the difference in the ASCII when you can tell the difference between a giant cave toad and a troll. Anyway, back in a sec. Ah, good. The Wolverines are getting trained, and those ones are getting slaughtered. Once they're mostly, or once the ones that are not designated to be slaughtered are trained, which I think they are, perfect. I'm gonna put them on these chains, and then we keep them trained. And our, saga of training our Wolverines begins. Let's just wait for the other two to be slaughtered first. So how many generations of Wolverines, chat, do you think before we have them fully domesticated? Do I remember the baby invasion? I feel like my answer is yes, but do you mean like when you'd get armies of invaders that are just babies? It's 3 to 5 generations. Dude, give me a number. Come on. Just giving the actual numbers, no fun. Just being like, this is the fact. It's like, come on, let's have some fun here. Guess. Instead, just here's the wiki copy pasta. That's no fun. Thinking 3. I'm kind of with gentle food that'll take 5. Basically, like I think it's gonna take a while. But then again, we are kind of decently good at training them already, so we'll see. Easy 3? You think 3 gens? Basically, I need them to have a bunch of kids, slaughter the parents, get those kids to have kids, and then slaughter the parents, and then we'll see where we're at. No, I don't remember that. I do not. There was a long period where I didn't play Dwarf Fortress particularly actively, but was aware of it and read a lot of stories. I was one of those people who, for a very long time, installed the game, messed around a little bit, got frustrated, and uninstalled once every 6 months whenever I saw an article about the game for a very long time. So, I was one of those people for ages, so no, that's one that I missed. I do certainly remember all the really famous ones, though. Because those ones people still ask if they're problems. It's like, oh no, you're in trouble. You're close to carp. You haven't been around for a while, have you? Although my favorite thing that I see people get worried about on other streams is... noise. It's like, well, noise is not a thing at all. Pablo, what up? Well, duck, because I crashed their recording and you're getting another one. You're getting another one. One of their hosts couldn't make it to their recording session, and they just kind of put out a open invite, and I was like, I slept in today because daylight savings is garbage, and was just like, well, So I just like popped into their recording session. I was like, hey, can I crash this? I guess, please. So, getting 2 episodes in a row with me on it. Poetic phrases. Human music. I wonder if Patchwork is learning to use the instrument because his mom is playing it. Well, currently his mom's telling a story. What story? The Dwarf Authority became the captain of the guard of the Eternal Adventure of Time. R.I.P. Authority. You were a good captain of the guard. Late spring. Late spring. Black bronze. Why do you ask? Stone? Are you headed to bed soon, or? You wouldn't miss anything. I mean, assuming I screenshot stuff. Yeah, no, you won't miss anything. I'll make sure that you won't miss anything. Let's do brass for these ramps. That's not what I wanted to do at all. Wanted to do this. There we go. Yeah, no, fortunately we had a very easy tribute in the spring. Next tribute's not going to come until summer, so at least it's summer that the 2 big ones arrive, right? And then fall's when all the trading happens. There we go. gonna take a little while for them to actually get to that. There goes all the dwarves up to the upper level. Giant suspended floating tavern. Well, maybe not giant, but I'm basically building a new fortress above the fortress. If that's, for whatever that's worth. I'm basically just building a fortress above the fortress. Well, I mean, like, this is the layout of this fortress currently. That's my beehive. The reason the bees are so high up is so that they don't sting my livestock or my dwarves or anything. So they're very high up. And then there's the upper fortress, which is this, which is looking cooler every time I look at it like this, especially with the little construction in the middle. Then there's the outer wall, like the 0 level. The actual fortress itself, and then everything that's underground. We're just playing Fortress Jenga. Stacking fortresses on forts. Forts on forts on forts on forts on forts on. Forts on forts on forts. On forts. It's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. I wonder how many sards I have right now. I'd like to do another round of gem windows because I can't do red glass windows. I mean, ideally, if you're playing Jenga right, it doesn't ever fall over, right? Right? That, or it metaphorically falls over when it collapses under the weight of the dwarves' own mental health problems. Just like real life and Earth. It'll fall over when we eventually kill each other. Many of your forts have fallen to the dwarves inside of it? Oh, yeah. I think the majority of the deaths that have happened in this fort are actually done by my dwarves to my dwarves. Especially that one sheriff I had for a bit who was so strong he just one-punch dwarf people to death. Who's still alive and in this fortress, and a great dwarf. Just, we had to, you know, give him a different career path because he was too good at his job. Being this dwarf. This one right here. The elite wrestler currently. This dwarf. Who has 10 kills. Killed Hart, Picture Point, Zapdos the second, Board Guy, Kibs the second, Scrumpet, Solowick, Ara, Novi, and Goldpoke the second. He was unarmed. Unarmed. Punched a dwarf in the chest and his chest exploded into a lump of gore. Unarmed. It was no problems for a very long time. And then out of nowhere, just suddenly he got so strong, he just started like snapping his fingers and people just go. I haven't had a problem since. No shit, gentle food. Why wouldn't I? There's like nothing I don't have in this fort. Of course I have enough chains. I actually at one point had 14 chains. Currently I only have 6, but I only need 4, so. It's very rare that we actually have enough annoyed dwarves. Ah, you'll be okay. Good day, Peter. Yeah, just tapped his friend on the shoulder, and the shoulder just melts off. Oh, God! It's like playing tag with soccer players. Or European football players. Whatever you prefer. You know, go socialize. Go hang out with Taurus and Clay. They good dwarfs. Should put Clay back in the military. Well, you are in the military. You're just in a different squad, right? I love how I managed to have like this one tile all the way up and down that's just open space. It's like somehow this one tile just managed to have nothing on it, and it can just go all the way down to here. It's kind of funny. That one tiny dot of blue sky right there. Or clouds, or rain, or snow, or hail, or whatever the heck. It's a dumping zone? No, this is the dumping zone. Right there. No, more accurately, it's probably a dwarf that, like, fell during construction. Although I once had a dwarf fall through 10 Z levels of flooring and get up and walk it off, so, you know. Dwarves are pretty resilient to fall damage, apparently. Especially when they're wearing pigtail clothing. Pigtail took the brunt of the damage. Also once had a dwarf get punched so hard his clothes flew off, which was really funny. That particularly strong sheriff was beating somebody once. Didn't kill him, but beat him real good. And while he was beating him, literally destroyed his trousers, his vest, his hood, his gloves, his socks, and his mittens. Which I still think is kind of amazing. Yeah, that's always been interesting to me. I've always like had like this weird like, well, no, for me it's one of two things. It's either dwarves are telling all their friends all the cool things they see from the magma flows when they're drowning in the lava, or the other dwarves don't know that stuff's there, but us, the player, knows it's there. There's lots of things in Dwarf Fortress that I kind of just in my headcanon. The dwarves don't know about them. I am not dwarf. I am player. Right? So, me knows things, dwarves don't know. Dwarves probably don't know that there's evil glass humanoid in the basement. They just know the basement's walled off, right? They probably don't know that, like, a dozen forgotten beasts have been two-shot by that terrifying glass humanoid. Also, we're now into Summerstone. So, they probably don't know that, but me, the player, does. So just because... Yes, but just because the game works mechanically in a way doesn't mean my headcanon says it works that way, right? So they're not telling their friends all the cool stuff they see from the bottom of the magma. They're just telling me, the player, that. Like, what the fuck's the point of me thinking about that, right? Aside from, like, you know, the disturbing implications of stuff that Dwarf Fortress does. You know? Also, I don't ever chuck my own dwarves into lava, so if I did, that's very much a mistake. I don't torture dwarves. I'm not that kind of person. I will do everything in my power to recover upset dwarves. Also, holy crap, you've had a lot of really happy thoughts recently. Hang in there, Dorothy. You'll be fine. Speaking of fine, why are you giving people food? There's somebody in my prison. No? Just the eternally panicking vampire? How are those Wolverines doing? They haven't forgotten their training yet. So there's that. Every now and again, yeah. But I'm also probably never going to have magma forges in this fort, so. It also depends on how impatient I am on that given day. It's funny because, like, I know how to do that stuff safely. I just never do it safely. That's the actual funny thing. There's also many ways that you can make magma forges without even, like, digging into magma. I just like putting them in pretty reservoirs. Magma isn't that fast unless the magma stands up. Then you gotta be concerned. Yeah. Well, I mean, if I'm doing a day fort, then yeah, I'll just chuck a dwarf into the meat grinder. But if it's a fort I actually give a shit about, yeah, I don't do that. Especially if it's a fort I actually give a shit about with dwarves that I actually give a shit about. Then all of a sudden my shit's given for their longevity is much higher. Also, people who immediately kill their nobles and then wonder why all their dwarves are so sad. It's like, you do realize that dwarves need nobles to be able to recover, period, right? Also, how have you been, Axon? You've been quiet these past few weeks. I feel like we haven't chatted in a while. I just got offered a video game key for a new up-and-coming MMORPG, JRPG, which is Final Fantasy meets Chrono Trigger meets Battle Royale coming to tablets and phones near you. Yeah, I'd rather shoot my foot with a semi-automatic shotgun than ever play that shit. Get out of my inbox. Video game. One day. One day. Also, holy shit, 3 days until Drive to Survive. I can't wait for more F1. Does it have semi-automatic shotguns? You see, if it had semi-automatic shotguns, that game might be slightly more interesting. Also, the Royal Treasure has arrived. Population is tanking? Population is not tanking. Okay? Population is not tanking. Population is lower than it was 50 years ago. It is not tanking. Tanking would imply that we were in a dire position of panic. We simply stopped getting migrants about 50 years ago. That's about it. Quite literally, like, it's just we stopped getting migrants. What? It's not how you spell ring. But no, population is very far from tanking. We've been lower than this before. It goes up and down over time. Why do I need to send scouts? I have traders coming from every part of the world giving me information. Why do I need to send scouts? Invading people is too risky, and anything that could cause wars is too risky. I could go demand more tributes, but I'd rather not give Stony more paperwork. But why would I send scouts? Like, what exactly would that benefit me with? It literally does absolutely nothing of value. Aside from potentially cause wars. I know exactly why I'm not getting migrants. There's no mystery there. Mountain Home has 50 population. And Mountain Home is... Whoopsies. Well, currently not, because I don't actually have any recent news. And Mountain Home has been invading this Dark Goblin Fortress for a very, very, very long time. Why do I have that mission set there? Go away. That's literally all it is Mountain Home has been invading this Goblin Fortress for a very long time. So if they ever stopped invading it and let their population go up, we'd get migrants again. But we've stopped getting migrants because the population of the Mountain Home is too low. The overall population of our fortresses are too low. If I helped them invade this Dark Goblin Fortress, maybe things would get better. We also get news on the elves and the humans from over here. This faction is a wee bit of a mystery. This is another part of my faction, but this dwarven faction is a wee bit of a history or a mystery. I could go and like demand a tribute, but it's not worth it. This elven faction we're at war with, I'm not entirely sure why. We've just kind of always been at war with them, and they haven't expanded at all. There's no reason to send scouts to invade people. Absolutely none. And there's also no reason to demand more tributes, because I know what's going on in the world. Cheers, Jamie's been reelected. Somehow is not dead yet. It's a miracle. No, you want me to make an iron crossbow? Okay. Got it. So the way I've been keeping the population up is because I have 2 hillixes. I request merchants that are married to come and live in my fort, and then they make babies, and then we raise the babies, and then those babies become my fortress residents. Could block the migration waves, even if they cannot access the fort. No, because I would still get migrant waves that says they have arrived despite the danger. And I never got a migrant wave saying that they arrived despite the danger. And I've had the same number of things. I mean, maybe, but I doubt it. Usually, if you stop getting migrant waves, it means your faction is dying, which is probably what's happening. So kind of what I'm hoping will happen is my king's going to die at some point, and I will randomly just get a bunch of royalty in my fortress. Ah, darn. Yeah. I didn't get a mandate done in time. Cadenza's getting put in prison for a bit with baby Patchwork. Let's see how baby Patchwork likes prison. Yeah, no, totally. It's all based on the health of your faction, as far as I'm aware. I don't think that just having us, or, well, 1, 2, 3 Ettins, 1, 2, 3 Forgotten Beasts, a Berserk Vampire, a giant, and a giantess, and 2 giantesses, which is a very hard thing to say, on the map. I don't think that would really affect anything. Unless, like, they're actively rampaging, which they're not. Also, like, I've had, how old are you, Patchwork? It's 1 year old, born on the 22nd of Sandstone in the year 184. 22nd of Sandstone. Hopefully you don't die while Mom's in prison. It was a very bad choice of Dwarf to put in prison. It's probably 30 days. Tiny Goliath gets a hammer strike. Really? What? You sentenced a child to get hit with a hammer? That's a little questionable. Huh. Because I don't think children can get prison sentences. Weird. Yeah, but like children can't get prison sentences. Like they can't be convicted of crimes. Oh, never mind. I know what's up here. I know what's up. So, first off, Dwarf's no longer a child. This Dwarf's 16. But what's happened is, a while ago, this Dwarf was convicted probably of offending the mayor or something. But because they're the captain of the guard, they haven't done their sentence yet, because the captain of the guard never gets punished. I understand now. So this Dwarf just has a sentence sitting on their head, but they've never done the sentence because they are traitor. No, I get it. I understand now. Anyway, I still haven't figured out the thing I was trying to figure out. How long is Dwarf gonna be in prison for? Cadenza, there you are. Got a hammer strike. Then why are you in prison? How long is a hammer strike for time in prison? Weird. Eh. Yeah, but that's not what we're talking about here. That's not relevant, Gentle Food. We're talking about dwarves and in a dwarven fortress. Yes, there are ways dwarves can be convicted of, or baby dwarves can be convicted of crimes. But, I have a baby dwarf in this fortress who was tantruming, who's committed damage and attacked people, and they don't get committed of crimes because they're a child. But apparently mayors are different. So irrelevant information isn't useful. When something specific happens, then sure. But children do as they please, no matter how whiny. Also, I feel like that's stuff that you'd only really see in Legends mode, and it's really hard to kind of discern that from Legends. I should check Star Dynastry's reviews. I'm curious if people like that thing so far. Oh shit! You can pre-purchase that new D&D game. I wonder if that game's gonna be any good. Dungeons & Dragons Dark Alliance was only just announced. Captions never left, my dude. But you can disable them. See, Ducky's throwing another tantrum. It's gonna go break shit. But it's literally like a 4-year-old. It's not super threatening, fortunately. Can still topple trade depots, which is kind of annoying, but... See? went and attacked Cadenza. Also, Cadenza, are you out of prison? Yes, you are. That was a very short prison sentence. Good. Go get baby first. Yes, you did. Perfect. I'm wondering if we're getting dive bombed by buzzards. Nope, but we are getting dive bombed by an owl. Frames, please. Only flying things really fuck up my frame rate these days. Everything else is like just totally fine. But how have you been, Axon? What have you been up to? 'Cause like I said, I feel like it's been forever since we talked. We're just kind of, quietly continuing with this fortress. Let's see where we end up over the next few hundred years. It's kind of a pity that a lot of the original 7 or all of the original 7 are dead now. It wouldn't even be possible for them to be alive because they would have died of old age by now. The world is now more or less the world is now older than everybody who was born before time. So it's impossible to have any dwarves that were, born before time itself. Just got off spring break, so you're on time off now, or you're back from spring break. Is USA spring break later than Canada spring break or earlier? Because ours like just started on Monday. Did you do anything over spring break, or was it just like still on lockdown? Doing math, etc. Trying to graduate quietly. We'll just let them continue bringing clothing. Slept a lot. I can't remember the last time I had 2 weeks break from anything. Just period. I genuinely can't remember the last time I had 14 days with no work. Crazy vivid dreams? Sounds like fun. My crazy vivid dreams are like, oh, someone is like killing me, or I'm being chased by like an unstoppable force, or my hands are just bleeding. That was a fun dream I had a couple weeks ago. I just dreamed that my hands were bleeding and I like couldn't look away from my hands and they were just bleeding and bleeding and bleeding and bleeding and bleeding. And then I woke up and my hands were hurting because I've been gripping my fists so tightly. And my knuckles still hurt. Feels like I punched something really fucking hard, but I didn't because there's no damage on my walls or my bed frames. So clearly I didn't punch anything, but I feel like I did. My hands haven't hurt this bad since I punched a window and broke it years ago. It's been weird. But then again, you don't want to ask me about my dreams. My dreams are like weirdly morbid, which is why I'm very, very thankful that I don't dream very often. I very rarely dream. It's extremely infrequent that I dream. Oh, yes. Absolutely. I was a young idiot, and there was an abandoned house. So, what do you do when you and 4 friends are wandering around late at night in town and there's an abandoned building? Be a dumb kid. As one does. Yes, exactly. You punch out the window and knock the door down. Now, the pro gamer move is to just be a pothead, because weed and, well, more specifically, THC changes your brain activity so that you don't dream. Or don't remember your dreams, rather, which is what I choose to do. Generally, if I'm afraid that I'm going to dream. I just have a little bit of weed before I go to bed and go pass the fuck out and sleep like a baby. I mean, that's a given. How many hours do you have in Tome now, if I can ask? $268 still dying strong. Have you gotten a win yet? I'm assuming you haven't because you said still dying strong. Just getting rid of old clothing. Giving it all to the humans. We had 2 dwarves die. Man, Sui died. Such a bummer. Such a good dwarf, too. Been in the fort for so long. Orson Frakes has become a spear dwarf. I wonder how you're doing, Orson. Do you like your new job? Same with Trees. Do you like your job? Blissful remembering your bedroom. Don't you just get blissful remembering your bedroom? I do all the damn time. Narvicious likes it. Orson Frakes loves it. Good stuff. Have you thought about just like putting the game on easy and seeing the whole game? Because I've thought about that with a few roguelikes. I'm always like, what if I just like turned on the ability to save? Hearing this weird buzzing and I'm not sure where it's coming from. It's not my coffee. I thought it was. I'm listening for the weird buzzing. It's very perplexing. Investments are open, heads up. It almost sounds like there's like a housefly stuck somewhere. Nope, it's definitely my coffee. That is the most annoying sound I've ever heard. I'll just pour the rest of my coffee into my cup, make it stop. It's just air very slowly escaping from my coffee. I think I need a new thermos. I've had this one for like 5 years. It's a very strange sound. Your current run is on that? Well, I mean, that's probably what I should do at some point. That or just like sit down with like a step-by-step guide for that game and play through it all. But meditate on wealth. Your thermite hisses a bit if you don't close it properly. Mine's definitely closed properly because I closed it and then I reclosed it. But the problem is like I can hear everything that happens in my apartment because this microphone picks up everything. You guys are hearing like a filtered version of my mic, right? So you're hearing it go through filtering. I'm hearing the live microphone. So directly out of my input, I have an output monitor for the microphone, which is what my headphones are plugged into. So I hear computer audio coming out of USB into my monitor plus the direct microphone input with no filters on it. So you guys aren't hearing a lot of this stuff, but I hear like sounds in my apartment that you guys won't hear. So it's being amplified through my headphones. So that little sound that the thermos makes is quite a bit louder on my end. So it's very annoying. Which is why I can actually hear my neighbors walking around through my headphones up above me. If I really want to, I can like point this up higher, crank up the sensitivity on it, and listen to my neighbors talk above me. It's kind of spooky, actually. Not really an intended side effect of having a nice audio setup in your apartment, but it happens. I've been using a 20-ounce coffee mug since 1995, really. You used to have a Cinnabon logo on the outside? Is this like a thermos that you've been using? Or 49 minutes until it's up again? It literally just ended, Darren. Yes, possibly maddening, yeah. So I was like, where the fuck's the sound coming from? This poor child. Oh, one of the coolest events to happen in this fortress, by the way, which happened yesterday. Hey, Jack Narek. But yesterday, we actually had triplets in this fort. So this dwarf right here, this annoying little child, is one of triplets. So Orson, Stone, or no, Stone, this dwarf, Goffer, and Lilim Katsu are all triplets. Which is the first time I've ever seen that. Jack Narek, how are we doing? I'm still tired. But outside of that, doing aight. Doing aight. Sadly, not a triplet. No, you are just simply sibling with the triplet. No. Well, they are talking to me. They send trade caravans. But we haven't had migrants in a very, 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 very long time. It's been a very long time since we've gotten migrants. So I just simply request merchants from the local hillocks, and then they make babies. Population goes up, we get close to 150 again, or to 50 again. And then over time, it dribbles back down slowly. Is something skeptical today? It's eavesdropping on neighbors? No, here's the thing. I don't intentionally do that. I did it once because I realized that that's how sensitive my microphone was when I set it up. I literally haven't turned the sensitivity up since. Also, technically, I haven't eavesdropped on these neighbors because these people are new. They only just moved in. This was back when I bought this audio interface. And I was curious. I was like, I wonder how sensitive this microphone can get. And so I cranked it up. I'm like, I can hear my neighbors talking. That's weird. And I turned it back down. Literally haven't done it since. Any mega projects? This thing looks really cool, so. This thing. It's the Upper Tavern, the new tavern. Alongside of a little museum. And then some stuff over here, too. But yeah, this is the current construction project. Also, hi, Diamond. How are you? How old are you, Axon? I don't know. How old are you? Should ask your mom. How old is your current dwarf? Your current dwarf is 90 years old. You are the daughter of Dragon Man and Wave Thrash, and both of your parents are dead. Which means you are right and away on your way to become Batman. Because your parents are dead! Anyway. Is this power of a surveillance agent? I could. Fortunately, it's optional. Spy as ever. Yeah, well. There's a big difference between realizing that you can do something and then actively pursuing it. Yeah, you're in elite wrestling. Bet your ass you're in elite wrestling. Including a bunch of youngins who are like in their 20s and teens. You're also wrestling with Eternal, who's 141 years old, who was son of Ham and Apostle the First. Damn. Both of which are dead. I'll give you something that hurts. You're not the doctor. What are you talking about? You don't even have any doctoring skills. Your first dwarf was the chief medical doctor, but you haven't been the chief medical dwarf in like 100 years. Nah. You're appalled? It's your fault. You've been inactive. Do I have a hard cap? Yep, 55. Just because you make requests of old dwarves doesn't mean I honor it for new dwarves, right, Axon? So you can certainly make requests of old dwarves. Mm-hmm. And I still have a doc. Smash T is the chief medical dwarf. Really, really, really enjoys treating dwarves. Very good dwarf. Very good at their job, too. Sh 55, yes. I like how that meme came back. YouTube just decided to put that into everybody's fucking recommended around halfway through lockdown. Everybody's recommended just got 55 in it for a minute there. It was a good week. Suddenly, everybody was just like talking about 55 again. I'm like, what year is it? Hold on a second. This is not right. 55. And they asked me 55. Yeah, no, the first time I saw Ish 55 was actually at my cousin's house. It was before we had internet at home. That's to give you an idea of how long ago that shit was. It was before my parents learned how the internet worked. Well, they knew about the internet. They They just chose not to have it for a very long time. And so I'm always like jealous when people are like, yeah, I was playing like first-person shooters online in 95. And I'm just like, man, I didn't get internet until 2004. And then I didn't get high speed until 2006. I've had this weird desire to see if I could get a copy of Dungeons of Doom working. Dungeons of Doom was the first roguelike I ever played. And I've been thinking it would be kind of neat to go back and actually play that thing. I doubt it's any good. It's a tiny little permadeath RPG. Very minimal mechanics. I'll show you what it looked like. Hold on. Had really good eyeballs. See if I can find a old black and white screenshot of it. This is it. This is what it looked like. This thing. You just had enough internet to barely get email? Basically, yeah, that's what we had too. It was the first roguelike I ever played. Later iterations of games along the lines of Dungeons of Doom are all like persistent RPGs. There's like 3 or 4 Dungeons of Doom games. One of them was actually like a first-person thing. I doubt that any of them actually have any relation to each other, though. From what I can tell, they're all just like same name. Yeah, no, if I wanted to do anything on the internet, Socksmell, it was very much like I had to go to friends' houses. And I did. A lot. How many swords am I up to? 84, not very many, but it's plenty. Swords are nice and red, so I like them. You know what? Actually, I was just gonna put wall piece there, but I think I'm actually gonna put windows here on either side. Kind of like the image there of just windows down both sides on this. Like, I've told the story many times of how I used to very, illegally get games on the internet and then spend days, sometimes weeks even, piece by piece using tiny little USB sticks or, like, burned DVDs and stuff and smuggle the games into my parents' house. Like, in order for me to get games that I wasn't allowed to play, it was more of a process than just, getting a friend to pay for it. It was quite literally like, download it online, and then piece by piece, bring them to my house. It's like, I literally had to, I set up a smuggling network, basically, to get Halo into my house. Which is just, like, so fucking funny to me. It's just so goddamn funny that I actually had to do that. Like, how many kids can say, I had to smuggle video games into my house? Is anybody playing any multiplayer games recently? I've been thinking about multiplayer games. Because I don't know why. In the summer, I get a little bit more interested in playing games with other people. Like, I've been playing, or I played, I guess. Not necessarily playing actively, but I played a little bit of Earth Defense Force with Hobo the other day. I don't know. Kind of feeling the multiplayer stuff again. Does Smash Brothers count? Yeah, that's a multiplayer game. CK3, like with friends or by yourself? Doesn't look like many people are buying Star Dynasties, which I think is a bit of a bummer. Currently it has 8 reviews, which is like basically nobody bought it, which is kind of unfortunate. Which is if you're unfamiliar with Star Dynasties, it's essentially trying to be Crusader Kings in space. It's a game that I've kind of been watching for a while because I think it's a really neat idea. Somebody else trying to kind of do that style of strategy game with like the family trees and stuff, which I think's really cool. But from what I can tell, not many people are buying it, which kind of sucks. So I'm curious about how that goes. I think that wall piece is as high as it's going to go up here. You're still scared of early access games? I think there are 2 types of people in this world. There's people who will play early access games and don't care, and then there's people who just won't. I don't think that there's a large portion that are scared or anything. I think that there's just people, some people do and some people don't. It's just kind of simple as that. I don't think there's really a group of people that are, like, scared, per se. I think it's a bit of an overstatement, I think. But there's degrees of truth to it, for sure. Although I will never fail to be amazed by how many people are still asking when Tarn Adams is just going to release Dwarf Fortress into early access with placeholder and unfinished assets and half of the UI not finished yet. It's like, what? Why would you want that? There's so many people that want that. It's actually kind of absurd, actually. Why are you playing Smite if you hate it? Is it one of those Stockholm syndromes, your friends play it, so you play it games? That was definitely League of Legends for me for a really long time. Played League of Legends not because I liked it, but because that was what my friends played. And the other games they play are even worse. Fair. Something I've been kind of trying to convince people to do is just, like, convince your friends. Because a lot of people just play games that are available, right? Which is, in my opinion, totally fair. You know, you play the games that are available. And available for sale. That are relatively easy to acquire, right? That's generally what people do. So a lot of people end up playing free-to-play games, especially with friends, because they're available and easy to acquire. It's like, just convince all of your friends to get Game Pass. And then you don't need to play League of Legends anymore, because they'll all just have access to Forza Horizon, for example, just to throw out one. Like, if you can just convince all of your friends that Game Pass is a good value for your money, suddenly your friends are going to be interested in playing a lot of other games. For some reason you ended up playing League longer than them. I think my old friends still play League, actually. It's like League and like Warzone now are what my old friends play. Although I've got one friend who's one person I used to play games with like 12 years ago, who's way into BDO. Everybody else is like, it's Warzone and League still, or Dota. And then there's like one guy that's just way into Black Desert Online. Yeah, fair enough. Stone, if you're lurking, we have an annual tributes. Is this the third one today? Am I making that good time, or am I going crazy? What year did I start on today? Was it 172 or 173? This is either year 2 or year 3 today. Not actually sure. I kind of wasn't paying that much attention. This is at least the second. Oh, and another thing that I think is hilarious are the people who comment on my YouTube videos who seem to think that I'm the developer of Dwarf Fortress. Which I get sometimes. But also very funny. What's up, Hammer? It's sick. Cheers, dude. It was very easy to do. I did it like every winter when it froze. I did some work on it. Nothing compared to what? Like grind? Stone, I'm going to assume that you are not here, and I will screenshot this for you. Holy fuck. 185, eh? So much stuff. Are you saying that BDO is more grindy? Because I think they're different kinds of grindy. I don't think it's really a comparison of which one is more grindy. I think that person also plays Warframe, though. So, we also have a llama. How nice of them. But aside from the river, I think that this is much cooler to me. That's the coolest tavern I've ever built. I mean, BDO is just flat EVE Online with more grinding and free-to-play pulls. 1 unit of sand. I always imagine it's like a kilo of sand. I should just... That's something I should ask Tar next time I have him on the street is... So, how much sand is 1 sand? Exactly how much sand is 1 sand? I'd love to know exactly how much sand is 1 sand. The people need to know. Also, can you speak Cobalt again? Just going to assume that Stone's asleep. All right. Donzo. I'm looking forward to your 205 so that I can release the save for this again. And because last time I released the save for this run, I had a couple people like pop it up on Armok Vision and like inspect every piece of it. And I had some people that try to... oh, you were just distracted by cats? Okay, fair enough. That's totally fine. I just assumed you went and passed out quietly. But there was also people that like tried to run this fortress and it just like fell over in a couple of years, which I think is hilarious. They're just like, yeah, I tried running it and it's just like died to like a giant showed up and killed all the dwarves. I was like, but like you have an amazing military. Why didn't you just fight back? Fight back. Run away. But it's all good. I got them all already for you, Stone. "10 days until F1. I can't wait." Also, I have quite a few unicorns now. I got 3 of them. They haven't made me baby corns yet. Still waiting on that. Still waiting on them punicorns. I need those unicorns to make me more punicorns. I mean, you kind of all in, I think, like twice today, Sloth, so I think that might be the reason for you only having 1. You did it to yourself. All right, I think it might be lunchtime for me. For a second there, I thought I was dropping frames. I am not, though. Perhaps Twitch just like hiccuped its ability to load streams. I feel like Twitch is being a little twitchy today. Things appear to be not working ideally. Two odd iron greaves? You mean like 2 left hands? What do you mean by odd? What's odd about 2 iron greaves? Oh, I see what you mean. I was like, what's odd about iron greaves? I get it, though. Mudstone Dore? Well, that's fitting. Two times they've given us 1. Oh, really? Huh. Well, that's good. It's a good thing they didn't bring us too many sets of individual iron greaves. You even wrote a note? Well, you probably know the items that they've brought way better than I do. For those of you who don't know, Stone is keeping track of every single tribute that this fort gets. So over the entire history of this fortress, we have every single tribute being tracked by Stone. Which has had 11? I mean, actually, they've all just been sold, but this is one of my biggest requests. Humans can tell stories. Visitors can tell stories, but we can't see what their stories they're telling. We don't know. I want to be able to select them and see what stories they're telling. I know it's such a small thing, but it's like, what bit of history are you saying? I want to know. I would like to know. 'Cause that's like the only way that like Legends is communicated through Fortress mode is through stories that bards and visitors pass on. Through the ones listening? I don't think so. Hold on, let me check. But I'm mostly certain you can't. Okay, well, I need them to tell another story to find out. Let's just wait. Let's wait. Honeybee stung one of my sheep. Those humans seem oddly fascinated by cadenza and patchwork. Although maybe they were in an argument because you were just angry after getting into an argument. Of a horse colliding with an obstacle next to a beautiful image of a horse colliding with an obstacle. Perfect masterwork quality painting of a horse colliding with an obstacle. It is truly breathtaking. Absolutely exquisite. One of a kind image of a horse colliding with an obstacle. Cheers, Vim. Thanks much. See, now you're telling a story, the story of how Trash Battery made a masterful rope-reed glove for the eternal adventure of time at Longdeath in the year 111. It's a beautiful story. Tale as old as time, even. Songs as old as rhyme. Beauty and the Beast. Well, tale as old as 111, yes. Tale as old as 111, indeed. Tale as old as time, song as old as rhyme, Booty and the Beast. You know, I really hope that Google doesn't start narking me out for saying lyrics of songs that I don't have the right to broadcast. Captions, I'm looking at you. Because it is Google Voice for the captions. Just sitting here thinking about that going, I hope they don't narc me. A chicken leather dress. Beautiful. Very well made. Large chicken leather dress. Very unfortunate the humans gave it to us. Common Sense Scraping is a book in our fortress. Was written by Simplex. It concerns the surgical method of scraping. It's a bit stiff, yet fairly crisp. Amateurish at best. He was just a ladies' man who barked up the wrong tree. Poor Gaston. Learning about shadows to tell. My favorite books are all about mating rituals. It's very funny when you find books that are just like, it's a book about the mating habits of frogs. It's like, what? Okay. Good job. Satisfied after learning about the surgical method of scraping. Satisfied after reading the common sense of scraping. Satisfied after learning the common sense of scraping. I think that this dwarf, Zope, I think that you need to take on a new job of scholar. Let's add you to the scholars list. Because after you go complain to the person in charge. Yeah, I know. Screws. Screws. Like woodworking dwarves. Definitely woodworking dwarves. Hard woodworking dwarves. Lots of things look weird out of context to DF. I mean, my dwarves spent a good 6 months pondering reproductive behaviors in this fort. What are they pondering right now, actually? Ponder Encyclopedia? Damn! I hope they write an encyclopedia of something. But it's really been a long time since I've had any big books written. They'll learn to invent Wikipedia? No, it's Dwarfipedia, please. Dwarfipedia. It's spelled D-O-R-F-E-pedia. One day, I'm just waiting for dwarves to break the fourth wall. And, like, discover that there's other things outside of Dwarf Fortress. It's like, if they ever get into the internet, we're all dead. Man, no baby Wolverines yet. Come on, Wolvies. Make baby Wolvies. Also, the elves have not brought more moose yet, and I'm very disappointed. Dwarfs on dwarfs about dwarfs. Yeah, exactly. It's like they start making DF Wiki within DF. Still wondering how much longer my mayor's gonna be alive for. 167. 167. That's what Stone aspires to live to. Although I did have dwarves pondering dictionaries a while ago, and they haven't written a dictionary yet, so I guess pondering encyclopedias may be a little bit different. I'll make Dwarf happy. Give Dwarf beer. Let Dwarf live. Don't kill Dwarf friends. And watch Dwarf streams. Same Dwarf time, same Dwarf channel. Yeah, no, I do genuinely love it when something just makes my dwarves really, really happy. It's like, oh, it's an opportunity. Let's let these guys out. You guys have been training for like a year. You guys can go do other things for a bit. Go socialize, write some books. Go become scholars again. All right, chat, it's 2:30. I've been streaming for 5.5 hours. I'm hungry. I'm gonna go get me my lunch. My lunch is a sandwich, which is in the fridge. I need to stab myself with needles first. So if you happen to have sound commands, now's a good time to use them and entertain the stream. And if you happen to have beer or know how to type in the word beer, can I just get a round of beers in chat? Let's see how many beers I can get before I get back. Hopefully it'll be just a couple of minutes. We are currently in mid-autumn, rocketing towards winter, which means we should be getting Mountain Home traders pretty soon. So hopefully I'll come back to that. Anyway, back in a couple minutes. BRB. Oh shit! Hold on a second. That's a beer emote I don't have. Give me a second. Gotta make that work. Try that again, Hammer. Should work now. All right, BRB. To be clear, what I did hammer is all beer emotes, my bot responds with a beer, or that's my goal anyway, over time, to just slowly have like kind of a collection of every single beer emote responded automatically with more beer emotes. And my bot didn't respond to it with beer, so I had to make it work, and now it works. Takes a very long time. It's like a slow thing. I mean, like, we also have, like, you know, the beer emoji works. We got, like, HS Cheers, which works. All of that stuff. Anyway, I have a there we go! I just choked on my own saliva. My Wolverine just gave birth to a babby, and I'm still tabbed into Twitch chat. Excellent. The question is, are they wild? No, they are not. All right, so now I need to put the Wolverine kits here. I think it's just the one. Any idea what Wolverine leather is like? That's a wasp emote. Not a bee or a beer. So I'm not going to make that work. No? Never had to taxidermize a Wolverine? Short, angry, and X-Man. Well, add that to the bucket list, I guess. Make sure Cyrillac can tell me what Wolverine leather's like in the future. All right, dead caps. Leather cloaks, maybe? Those would be fancy. That was infinite. Also just like making shoes out of leather. Because I got more leather than I know what to do with. Also sandwiches, cheese, grilled onion, and cucumber. Wonder what that is. There we go. Tons of leather getting worked on now. Good stuff. But yeah, we've done quite a bit of construction, so I think I kind of need to let these dwarves just take a bit of a break. By a bit of a break, I mean just like get the more basic shit done around the fort for a little bit. Got stuck to a magnet? Became enraged? Why would Wolverines be magnetic, though? I like how it's like an animal has grown to become a stray bull, implying that other animals could grow into being a stray bull. Potentially. Patrick is playing with an iron toy boat. Congratulations, Patchwork. You now have enough of your own sentience to be able to walk around by yourself. Speaking of dwarves with their own sentience, how's Ducky doing? Still haggard and drawn due to the tremendous stresses placed on her, because recently she played with a toy hammer and felt enjoyment. Such stress, much whiny. Poor child. One of the triplets. I really hope all the triplets have natural deaths of old age. Investments are open. Heads up, chat. If you wish to invest your tickets. You know, I'll be honest. I was just kind of thinking about what to do for the evening portion of the stream today. I think that I might be bouncing off of Dungeon Man's a little bit. I don't hate it by any stretch. I also don't really love it. It's like I enjoy parts of it, and I'll play more of it. I just don't think I'm going to do more of it today. But I kind of feel like that game's missing something. I can't quite place my finger on what it is. It's just not quite as fun as I wanted it to be, I guess. I just like other roguelikes more, if that's like a fair thing to say. Invest one? Why'd you invest one? Oh, it was meant to be 18? Try it again. I think you can invest twice. It won't count double, but it'll, I think, retroactively destroy the first one, I think. Ducky's throwing another tantrum. How unfortunate. Hey, Gate Nerd. Hope you're doing well. Stone, how many big shipments have we had this year? Was it 1 or 2? Or 3? Because I can't remember. How much paperwork have I made you do? Hey, King, what's up, dude? It's time to tune into Blind, I guess. Yeah. How many of those fall ship... It's been 2 of them? Okay. Okay. That's what I thought. I couldn't remember. I genuinely couldn't remember how long I've spent in this for. Couldn't remember if it was 2 or 3 today. Although we are at year 170 or 180 now. So that's cool. The fortress is now 180 years old. We're about to hit 181. We're getting pretty close to that. I think we'll do year 181 of this fort today. Cow leather cloak, masterpiece. I feel kind of bad. Recently, I've been going through my Steam friends list, and I've gone from 210 friends down to 84. There's lots of people I used to talk to a lot, like old streamers and people that I just kind of had on my friends list from ages ago that I haven't spoken with in a very long time, that I've just kind of removed from my friends list. I kind of feel bad. Kind of. $122 alchemical tributes? Jeez. So many, man. We've got so much further to go. I'm just assuming that I'm really curious about how these dwarves feel about playing with it's weird. They don't really seem to get any positive thoughts from training. You'd think they would. I guess training a Wolverine is probably pretty difficult. $94 soaring? Damn. We're trying to tame Wolverines, so we'll see how that goes. You know what? This one's just for you. Sorry, Lack. I'm going to restart my bot. So you cannot miss investing this time. They're bones with metal. Not quite that dedicated to training them. Maybe one day. That would be mighty Dwarfy, though. I will say that. There you go. Investments are back open. Go ahead. Invest again. Go nuts. Don't lose. You lost them all a few days ago. Well, I mean, now you can. Consider it a bonus. Double or nothing. Do it again. Go all insies. Dwarves are all making leather pants. Let's get you to make cheese. I must have a bunch of, like, milk lying around because I'm seeing make cheese as an option. So I'm going to queue that up. You feel bad about doing that, but memes? Why do you feel bad about investing 420? Why would you feel bad about investing 420? Just because I am the streamer here, the 420 is kind of baked into this channel's culture a little bit, whether you like it or not. You put an extra 6 in there, but wouldn't it be like 696 420? Instead of like 694620? It had a 0 on the end, so it was fine. Gaynard. So you just put an extra 6 in there. There you go. I'm kind of sad that 6, 9, and 420 are the only real, like, meme number when, like, boobs spelt with numbers is no longer a meme number. Unfortunately, that one kind of died out with calculators. There you go. Boobs! No, it's 80085 for boobs. But that's just boob. Boobies. There you go. Five, 3, 1, 8, 0, 0, 8. Ah, damn it. I lost. Go figure. That's a nice win, though, Sirlock. Nice win. Well, rip Gremlin. But, well, we saw a Gremlin. The Forgotten Beast kicked it in the lower body with its rear foot. The Forgotten Beast kicked it in the right foot with its right front foot, bruising the fat, and scratched the gremlin in the lower body, and the severed part sails off in an arc. So there are gremlins in this world. There is a chance. There is a chance. There is a chance. Invest 420 was your thing? Invest 420 has been your thing, but I had to be really quiet about all that shit until that stuff was legalized up here. Not our future mayor. I mean, there goes that gremlin. By the way, there's this Forgotten Beast right here, Tetra. That's a couple naked Moldogs. 2 halves of a gremlin. Gremlin lower body. Gremlin mutilated corpse. Troglodytes. Naked Moldogs. Yeah, there's a lot of them down there. It's like up here on this corner. It's spawned up here. And I don't think it can get down to this the weird humanoid thing that lives down here. So, yeah, there's that. But I also don't want to fight with it, so it's fine. We'll just let him live. Live and let live, I say. Oh, I wanted to know what story you were telling. Ah, well. I saw a dwarf tell a story of the ascension of Iteb Veldwip to the position of Queen of the Ignited Creation in year 1 at the Simple Dinner, and it is interesting. That's actually like history for the 20-year-old dwarf. That's like, 184 years old history. That's almost as old as Canada. Not quite, but. In dwarf terms, anyway. We're on Gen 4 since the original generation. But, like, we still have Cheers Jamie alive. A couple dwarves like this. This dwarf is 167 years old and is the daughter of Axon and Lump. Axon was one of the original 7. So, like, my mayor is basically first generation. And Cheers Jamie has all of the younger sisters and the older brothers who are still alive. If I go, like, their younger brother, Wave Thrash, was born in the fortress, got married in the fortress, had a bunch of kids, and then died of old age. I want to say it's 179. Like, 180 is the year that they are guaranteed dead. I've had dwarves in their 170s in this fort. So this dwarf could live for like another 10 years, potentially. Meaning that there are no dwarves born before time left. There's no World Gen dwarves left. Everything was born post World Gen. This dwarf is leading a stone crafting demonstration. Demonstrating the skills of chiseling. Have I had any undead dwarves? I don't actually think there's any necromancers in this world. I'm very much under the belief that in the current version of the game, it is not possible to have necromancers post World Gen. I'm very much starting to believe that now. Because there's no necromancer towers in the overworld. There's no sign of them. Last time I checked Legends, which was about 100 years ago, there was none. Because we stopped World Generation at year 5. But I'm actually totally okay with that. It more or less means that this world is just going to be much more... What's the word I'm looking for? Passive. We're getting to very much see a DF world where nobody goes extinct, and we get to just kind of see how their cultures intermingle over 1,000 years. Much more less dead. Yes. Much more less dead. Also, we didn't get a trader from the mountain home. Interesting. Interesting. That is strange. Yeah, I don't really like the activity levels of necromancers. I really like necromancers as, I think Clinodev says it best, where I like necromancers as an overwhelming, looming, inevitable threat. Like, I like them as, like, the equivalent to, like, the Borg. Like, you want to avoid them. But just kind of the active members of society that they are right now kind of removes them as, like, the ultimate big bad. Like, I know a lot of people are like, oh, elves are, like, the air quotes, the enemy. But the way I see it is necromancers are the enemy, right? Because they are everybody, and they don't discriminate. They're just in it for themselves and, air quotes, evil, right? And so I really like that, and I like having not elves, like a non-elfish, arch enemy for everybody. But because they're just, like, so bloody common, it kind of ruins that fun for me a little bit. So I think that kind of the intent is to make them more into the big, weird, off in the distance, looming threat once again. We just need to get back to that point. Was that kangaroo soap? Let's use soap. Cat soap, kangaroo soap, pig soap as our little building blocks for this. Not of mine, though. There are other forts, but not of mine, Redbeard. I have not retired this fortress once. And my long-term goal is to have a gremlin as a mayor. But I need the elves to bring me a gremlin that I can buy, because gremlins have the exotic pet tag. Which means it is possible for the elves to bring one. As a pet. It is possible. But yeah, no, I do a little bit of exploring during the. I do a little bit of exploring once every 100 years of the world. So we will go through legends, and I'll spend a bit of time doing other things in the world. But outside of once every 100 years, I just play this fort. Kangaroo steak tastes strange. Are you eating kangaroo steak? Isn't kangaroo like a white meat? I've never eaten kangaroo. My parents' cat eats exclusively kangaroo meat because it is the least allergenic meat in existence for cats. Of the Kremlin for your gremlin? No. But I do love the idea of a gremlin Kremlin, though. I don't really like building replicas of things. I don't know. I've had people ask me, they're like, can you build Moria? And I'm like, how about I make something unique and new? But the gremlin Kremlin has a nice ring to it. I'm not gonna lie. Of a fort depends on how high you set it. And it depends on the how high above sea level you are. The highest I've ever seen in normal world gen is like 30 something. It was like 36 Z levels. This one is 25. I could build up to 25 Z levels above ground level. I really like this, the way this looks with snow on it. Look at that. But what's up, Bones? How's things? Thanks for stopping by. We're just kind of chilling. Today's been a pretty lax stream. Nothing super crazy. But yeah, the tallest I've seen people building is like in the 50s, really. If you have like a really high height, because like I know somebody who generates all of his worlds with like about 500 Z levels down to lava, just so that he can build really big forts. Actually, you know what would be really neat? I'm just thinking of like a weird gimmicky fort. A really weird gimmick fort would be smallest possible embark and make the depth of the world like 800. So it's like really, really high up and really, really far down. But like just smallest possible embark. Just a 1x1 embark. Would actually be really funny. Might need to do that. Doing some Stellaris with friends. Gotcha. But something's causing it to crash. That sucks. That really blows. Chuck Fort? Chuck Fort? What do you mean Chuck Fort? What's a Chuck Fort? Is that like a Chuck Norris fort? Yeah, chunk fort? What is a chunk fort though? I still don't know what that is. Yeah, this is still like, I don't know, a few steps away from being a this is Sparta death pit, but it's getting closer to that. Chicken soap, that's too funny. You know, just dwarf things, you know, using chicken soap as temporary standing spots for construction. Oh, is that a Minecraft term?
You need to realize, like, how little Minecraft I've played in my life. I also haven't played Minecraft in about 10 years. Because that game's old enough that I can say that now. I haven't played Minecraft in a decade. Fair. Diamond. Good stuff, good stuff, good stuff. That done. Very much running low on the rose gold, but that's okay. Black bronze. Yeah, I don't know what I'm actually going to use this hole for. And I'm saying that in like a whistly innocent manner, but I have this feeling at some point something will fall through this. Hopefully. And this may take me 100 years. Quite literally. This may actually take 100 years, or 500 years even. But something will eventually fall through this all the way down to lava. That to me is kind of what I'm building here. Meaning I'm going to need to dig straight through a bunch of my old constructions. Or at the very least, you know, far enough down so that it is splattered into no longer existing. No, now that like you pointed out that you're referring to like Minecraft sizes, I know what you mean, but yeah, I haven't thought about Minecraft chunks in a while. Eventually, I want this to be a This Is Sparta death pit. Whether it's onto spikes, onto lava, onto a garbage masher, I don't know. But I would like to have a This Is Sparta death pit, even if I don't actually use it for anything ever. It just, you know, who doesn't want a really big hole? Or like, you know, an Olympic diving pool, but with like rocks at the bottom, you know? And then I can, like, recatch those Ettins into cages and then just drop the Ettins through it. Something like that, Diamond, yeah. Like a chonky fort? Yeah, no, that's the opposite of what we were talking about. No, I was thinking, like, just, like, a weird pointy fort. Pointy forty. That can be flooded with either magma or water and has retractable spikes. Well, I guess, I mean, the entirety of the spikes would need to be magma safe, which I could do. So basically, the way this would work, right? You drop them onto the spikes, they go clink onto the spikes. You fill it up with magma and clean all the bodies out, and then you retract the spikes, and then you wash water through to push all of the armor out of the pit and into another thing, seal it off, and then we go and collect all the armor. Far future. Far future plans. You know what I'm saying? Far, far future. I mean, at this point, isn't literally everything I do in this fortress some variation on the term overkill, though? Like, do I need to do any of what I'm doing? No. I could just build a tiny little tavern and a tiny little fort and just let all of the dwarves exist. Like, I don't need to be doing any of this. So technically, all of this is overkill. I would quite literally argue that everything I have done in this fortress since like year 15 has, or since like year 5 even, has been overkill. So if you really want to make that argument, yes, of course it's overkill. Especially because like, I don't really have much to drop down this right now. And also, I'm going to have to dig through my own maze, which is a bit of a problem, but for reference, I can show you where this will go, essentially. I'm going to have to dig through a lot of my own constructions, which is part of the reason I'm doing it this way, because I think that that'll be fun. There's my brass. But this right here is going to be the centerpiece. So the centerpiece of this goes all the way down here, right past that, so that's perfect. It'll have to go through this. That's easy to do. Through this, which is a bit of a pain, but that's okay. I should probably move this anyway. I've been thinking about moving this for a while to where the current tavern is. Like, we'll move the trade depot to where the tavern currently is, so we'll have them trading in there instead of over here. That's fine. So it can go through this and then down through here. It's going to need to go through this maze and then past this and then all the way down here, all the way down here, all the way down here, all the way down here. Where's the cavern layer? Here's the cavern layer. And I haven't actually reached the cavern yet. What is collapsing on the surface? That's the second time something has collapsed on the surface. It's in the same spot too. What the fuck? Weird. Yes, precious, precious socks. That's absolutely what I said. How we doing, Clino? I could drop socks. I mean, I could also drop the Ettins that we have, too. And then we can have some Ettin drop soup. I mean... How do you like my tavern, Clino? It's pretty dwarfy, isn't it? Pretty proper dwarfy. I think I should make this top bit up here a temple. And I think I'm just going to put a grate there for right now, just because I don't want any dwarves to accidentally fall through it. Eventually, that hole in the center, though, I want to go down into a murder pit. But for right now, I'm just going to put a grate in it. Which I have one made of electrum. Perfect. It's like a 10 out of 10 tavern. It's also like 6 Z levels above the thing. The red in the middle are gem windows, so they could like look down out and through the bottom. There's like this little dome thing going up here. This whole dome situation. I'm also going to remove those two and replace them with just flooring so that they don't run up there unless they need to. I don't want them just using it as like a walkway, which currently they are. So a large spike would be 1 kill? Okay. I mean, ideally, I think anything that we drop through this would just be sacrifices anyway, because we're never going to be getting invaded. But, you know, like, if we happen to have a giant or something else fun, we could drop that through. Whee! And it could just go splat. Or, like, you know, chuck pigs in cages or something. You're going to go? Alrighty. I mean, I'm probably going to roll until springtime. And then we'll probably switch games.
Although I don't know what I want to play in the evening. Really a way of saying that you're gonna F off to bed. Yeah, you have a good night, dude. Go to sleep. Sleep well, dude. I'm just gonna keep oogling the nicest tavern I've ever built. Because that's what this really is. It's the nicest tavern I've ever built. Just make 10. Just need some extras. Hey, chat, say goodnight to our most important scribe of the fortress, Stone. Go get some sleep, man. And also, I haven't said thank you enough today. Thank you very much, everybody, for all the support this week, and also everybody for just hanging out today. You know, like, I'm one of the few lucky ones who get to stream full-time for a living and be relatively, what's the word I'm looking for here? Stable doing so. So, thank you for watching the stream and supporting the stream and allowing me the opportunity to do so. Because if it wasn't for you, people out there in the chat, I wouldn't be here. Straight up, I just wouldn't be here. I'm gonna install more blue jades along here, so I could actually have like these pedestals with fancy items in there. This tavern, aside from musical instruments, is mostly worth it. I do for you as well. We'll see you later, gay nerd. You have a good night. Or day, or morning, or whatever time of week it happens to be where you're at. You're in the 140s. I selected Jeff, but you are 134. You got lots of time. She's not close to croaking at all. You got lots of time. She could live for like another 30 years. Like, just to give you an idea of how much time that dwarf has. She could live another 30 years pretty easily. More baby making? Hopefully, yes. Hopefully more baby making. Delighted to remember putting on a truly splendid item. Felt wonder communing with Ashen. Felt pleasure after a satisfying acquisition. Was exasperated dwelling upon being caught in the rain. I'm sorry, Danny. You poor, poor soul. Hey, Mirthsoft, what's up, dude? Don't do that, Dwarf. Just don't do that. You're getting yourself caught back there, and that's not ideal for anybody. Perfect. Nobody got caught behind the glass. Gummy bears? What kind of gummy bears? I genuinely cannot remember the last time I had a gummy bear. And the doors are made of mudstone. It's kind of fitting.
Construct rock door. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not familiar with that brand. Like I said, I genuinely cannot remember the last time I had a gummy bear. Yeah, this is easily one of the coolest constructions I've ever made in DF. It's just straight up one of the coolest constructions I've ever done. Tower? Are you asking if this is a tower? This is gonna be soon my new tavern. This is gonna be where the tavern is. So if I zoom out, this is a construction that is up and above the fortress. And that's gonna be the new tavern. It's got a central stairway underneath it, which goes all the way down to the ground layer. The tavern right now is that little building that's underneath where my butchery is in kind of the middle with all the food on top of it. So that's my current tavern. The new tavern is going to be this circular building up top. And then this, on top of it, is going to be some sort of temple, which currently is nothing, but... yeah, I've already got it all zoned up already. So these all just need to be moved over, and I just need to retire the old one. And then this will become my tavern. It quite is. It quite is, yeah. I mean, it's less of a tower and more of like a suspended, like, three-prong, like, platform, I guess. There is a tower next to it, which goes all the way up to here. This is a tower with an open roof. This is the bee tower. It's filled with bees. It was the first tower I built in the fortress. And the reason it's so high up is so that it doesn't sting my dwarves or my animals. I read that as I got slug the other day, and I was like, what does getting slug mean? And then I reread it as stung. Makes sense. That sucks. I hope it wasn't a bee. That was a honeybee? Poor motherfucker. Honeybees are, shouldn't sting. Honeybees are good. You don't want to get stung by honeybee. Wasp can fuck off. Honeybee, getting stung by honeybee is a sad day. And do you keep a water bowl out for them? Huh. Two of the dreams for me in long-term life, assuming I don't die young, if I ever achieve the end life goal of home ownership, I want to have chickens and bees. And you bet your ass I'm going to have 24/7 live streams of both of them. If I can achieve that long-term life goal. As far as whether or not I actually can do that, that's the better question. Because of your neighbors? Are you moving into a permanent residence?
Man, sometimes I get the strangest emails. When sponsorship companies that pay Twitch streamers to do things start offering you money in exchange for raising money for charity, and you know that they must be in trouble. It's like, please, this charity, like, we will pay you $20 to raise money for charity. It's like, are you guys okay over there? Hey, Lump, what's up? It's good to see you. And thank you very much for the channel points towards the day off. Today's been super chill. Hope things are good where you're at. Super cozy. Just chilling and Dorfin and chilling. All is well in Lumpopulous. Lumpopulous. Well, I mean, I'll say this. Descendant of Lump the Great, ancestor of many of us, is our mayor. Cheers, Jamie, who's one of your dwarves' kids from way back, is our mayor. And also, I think, is one of the oldest dwarves, if not the oldest dwarf in the fortress. Our mayor is like is 167 right now, and about to turn 168. So, if not the oldest, then one of the oldest. Your offspring is successful. Yes, it is kind of dope, isn't it? Like if I jump over to Jamie, this dwarf, 167, the daughter of Axon and Lump, and I think the final one left alive. Yeah, the final one left alive. Because literally the rest of them are all dead. Yep, literally all of them are dead. Nieces and nephews are still alive, though. That's wild. Yeah, no, this whole fort's pretty fucking cool. It's just pretty fucking cool. We also had triplets in this fortress. This is the first time I've ever seen a dwarf having triplets. We also just witnessed a gremlin for the first time, which means in this fortress specifically. So I'm sitting here and crossing my fingers and hoping that the elves bring me a gremlin to trade, because I would like to buy a gremlin. Because one of my long-term end goals is to have a gremlin mayor. Cheers, Darren and Kaza. Thanks, guys, for the channel points. You want to be a gremlin? I don't think that I'd be able to name it, because literally they have the what's it called? They have the exotic pet tag, so they are a pet, but they're also sentient, meaning they can petition to join the fortress. We are in year 180 of this fortress. This fortress is 180 years old. The only problem with having a gremlin in your fort is the only thing they consume is bones. So you have to have like a stockpile of bones just hanging around so that they have stuff to munch on. Did I really do what I think I did? I did. Great. Oh no, Zope is throwing a tantrum. That's a big bummer. And Zope went and beat up our cat. The only cat in the fortress. Why'd you have to do that? Still tantruming too. Through a pot. Yep. Oh, probably will be. Longdeath will... so here's the thing. I could very much just like sit down and grind Longdeath and probably finish it in like 6 months. Like if I sat down right now and was just like, we gonna go. And I think I'm gonna do that over the summer. I'm gonna do like maybe August or something. Just do a Longdeath month where I do nothing but Longdeath and it's like 9 hours a day of Longdeath. And do 31 days of Longdeath in a row or something. Belliner, how are you? How was Space Crusader Kings? Is it any good? Seems like very few people bought it, which I think is kind of unfortunate. Yeah, it doesn't even have 10 reviews yet, which is like devastatingly terrible. Iceberg interactive games are weird. Sometimes they do really well, and sometimes they just like... And we're into spring. Are you going to play any more of it, or are you done with it after today? I kind of wanted to watch some. You'll look if it interests you. Star Dynasties. It's one of those games that's just been quietly in development for 1 billion years. It's being developed by a guy who was originally a software developer, primarily. But it got picked up by a publisher, so nobody died, so that's good. Human Merchant. We're now 181 years in. But yeah, no, if I keep up at this rate, this is absolutely a multi-year project, but I could very much speed this fort up if I wanted to. But for a single developer project, kind of okay. For a game that ambitious is pretty good, if you ask me. We had a crime committed by Zope, meaning Zope's either going to get beaten or put in prison. I really hope it's prison. Prison tends to be better for dwarves' mental health. But recently, to anybody who's missed some portions of this fort, biggest thing that's happened recently is we've gotten both a another breeding pair of unicorns and 2 male moose, or 2 female moose, sorry. And I'm trying to get some male moose. Where is my... There you are. Ah, sweet. We're going to go put Zope into prison. Oh no, a rooster died of old age. Boo. Yeah, so I got 2 lady mooses. And once we get 2, or a male moose, hopefully we can train mooses. I'm also currently taming wolverines and breeding them. Because turns out we've gotten pretty good at training wolverines over the years. Needs more time in the cooker. That's unfortunate. I mean, I don't know. I hope it sells well. Because I want to see somebody... I want to see another studio or developer develop a game that can, like, stand up to Paradox so that Paradox has to improve. Right now, Paradox just kind of has this monopoly on grand strategy games, which I don't think is necessarily healthy. And I want to see other people kind of take a stab at that, you know? Like, I'd love to see a Firaxis turn around and be like, all right, we're going to make a real-time grand strategy game based on a historical time period. I'd love to see that. But just like for a market reasons. I just think it would be interesting. This door's fucked. That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate, although it's just a merchant, so not a huge deal. Oh, also, thanks for the host, Bell. Also, is Star Dynasties doing anything particularly unique mechanics-wise? Like, does it have any interesting, unique mechanics, or is it very much kind of a derivative retheming of or already known mechanics? If you know, with the stuff you've seen. Satisfied at work. That's good. It's time to get the military squads training again. So I have some dwarves that get whiny when they don't get to train with their spears for a couple of years. I mean, that's a good thing in my opinion. That actually makes me interested in it, because the character stuff is the only part of CK that actually interests me. And the elves are here once again to trade. Hope. Oh no, Ducky's been stricken by melancholy. R.I.P. Ducky. God damn it. One of the triplets is dead. That fucking sucks. Oh, those are silver barrels. I could actually trade those. Yeah, no, exactly. Anything that's focused on the actual individual people, I think, is much more interesting to me as in strategy games. It's kind of like, there's part of me that's really excited for Humankind, but also I very much expect Humankind to come out and just be like, yeah, it's another murder-happy Civ clone, right? Like, I'm very much expecting that from it, even though I know that game's very different from Civ mechanically. It's like, that's going to be kind of your main verb, is just like, go murder shit for most people anyway. Even if it has like religious options and like science victories and all that stuff, it's still like your main form of communicating with the game is still just going to be go fucking beat shit up. And that's, you know, that's fun to a degree, but I want something a little bit different out of games sometimes. I don't always just want to go break something's neck. Also, Billionaire, out of curiosity, are you planning on playing in the after hours this Friday? Because Kiri can't make it, so I'm trying to get other people to join. I think I've got Evil Trick, so that's good. We'll have at least 4. You got several fun dramas to happen, so that was really nice. I tabbed over to your stream at one point, and the first thing I saw was somebody in your chat saying Cringer was trying to have an affair with his daughter. And I'm like, well, it sounds like this game's working. You gotta run. We'll see you later, Mirth. Thanks for hanging out briefly.
yak cow. God damn it. Badgers, hedgehog, emu, weasel, cougar. Oh. I think I'll take big kitty. I'm buying a big kitty. That's it. Well, I mean, it's doing that much, right? Your mother wanted to be your lover. Okay. And me wanted to have an affair with my daughter-in-law. Okay. So horny idiots in space. Good to know. You married your 16-year-old son to a 65-year-old gay military officer to get him to lead your fleets. Wow. Sounds like a very good video game. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about it being okay. This game sounds excellent. This video game sounds excellent. It's like horny dude. So just dude. Why doesn't somebody make Crusader Kings and Dune? God damn it. Stop making fucking Dune RTS games and stop making like Dune survival games like the one that's in development right now by the same people who made Conan. Stop doing that. Just give us Crusader Kings and Dune. Why hasn't anybody done that yet? The fuck? I'm actually mad now that you've stated that. Why hasn't someone done that? That's like the perfect setting for a Dune game. God, I'm angry now. It's literally the Dune universe, though. God. I'm mad that that doesn't exist. Do, 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 do. What's up, Otatoda? How we been? But, oh well, whatever. We can't have nice things in video games anyway. How's the Fort's library? Hasn't grown as much in recent years because I stopped assigning scribes to just make 1 million copies of every book. So we get like 1 or 2 new books a year. Recently, they've been pondering, well, not right now, but recently they've been pondering encyclopedias, which is kind of interesting. I'm about to replace the Fort's Tavern. The new fort is going to look like this, or the new Fort's Tavern is going to be this, right up here. So this, with this very fancy central platform, and this very fancy roof. Yeah, that's going to be the new Fortress Tavern. Currently working on a little walkway for the entrance. Actually, you know what? Let's do this the right way. But the Fortress Library itself is doing pretty well out of Toda. And Longdeath itself is also doing pretty well, I would say.
And I can't wait for this tavern to be completely finished. It's almost there. There's still a few ways in for critters from the outside, but once we get it all done, it's going to be pretty badass, I think. It's going to be fun releasing this save and seeing people's renders in 3D of this fortress. I'm looking forward to that, like, very much so. It's going to be really fun to just see the whole layout. Although I am starting to get worried once again that people are going to get bored of this fortress, because I'm really enjoying playing this fortress and just kind of the very slow, kind of meandering nature of it. I think it's a very fun fortress to play, but I'm very worried people are going to get bored of watching it. It's a very real concern that I have. But yeah, this right here, this central piece, I want to make this into some sort of really big drop hole murder thing. So it's kind of like a sacrificial altar or something. And current like super duper long-term goal is, we learned relatively recently that elves have the exotic pet tag as something that they can sell, right? Well, you know what has the exotic pet tag? Gremlins. Meaning, in theory, it's incredibly unlikely, but also possible for elves to bring gremlin pets, which just apparently can join the fortress because they're sentient creatures. And so my long-term goal is to have a gremlin in my fortress. That's a citizen. That's a long-term plan for me in the future. And I would like to make them into my mayor. Have a gremlin mayor. So that's a very long-term plan for this fortress. But outside of that, it's just, you know, more Longdeath, more of the same. Keeping things going. If they pull random levers, I doubt it, Ice Tray. I very, very much doubt it. They're probably just like any other sentient creature, live-in animal. Let's send Big Kitty up here. As I have a cougar. Which I just bought off of the elves. I do have to be careful with how much of this construction I do because it takes them a long time of just running around outside, and sometimes they get thirsty while they're working. If I notice that they're getting thirsty while they're working, I have to give them a break so that they don't tire themselves out. I don't know if cougars can adopt dwarves. And if they can, I've never seen it. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if they could, but I've never seen it if they can. It's weird that dwarf managed to just get all three of those things done at once. Put fortifications in there, and then I'll put some windows. Look at that. Also, this is the cougar, legendary climber. Although our cougar is listed as uninterested. So now cats are. So I have to find the cougar in the list. No, but I can make the cougar available. So if someone wants it as a pet, they can now have it. If somebody wants this cougar as a pet. They have to want the cougar as a pet, though. But I very much doubt Jeff will adopt it. Just because I know what his preferences are. I don't think anybody's actually going to adopt it. So I don't believe there's a single dwarf in this fortress that likes cougars. Like outside? Probably like 5 degrees. Why? It's been like 1 to 10 degrees outside recently-ish. We haven't gone below freezing in a little bit. Yeah, we haven't been that cold in a couple of weeks. So it's like February. It's starting to feel like spring outside now, which I don't like. I miss the cold and the dark. I like the cold and the dark. I find the cold and the dark comforting. Good night, Diamond. You have a good night. Another one. The Forgotten Beast. Stool Strabo has come. An enormous ape twisted into... An enormous ape twisted into humanoid form. It is composed of coral, and it has a bloated body. Beware its deadly spittle. That is terrifying. I don't believe I've ever seen a Forgotten Beast that is twisted into humanoid form. But anyway, it's right next to the giant glass humanoid. Place your bets, friends, if you have any. I saw spittle go out. It looked like it hit. The ape is in combat. It's not dead yet, which is longer than most creatures last, and now it's dead. It's interesting that it's twisted into humanoid form. That's that's like the were creature line, which is odd. Oh shit, Zope committed 2 points of vandalism. Apparently. Also, Zope no longer stressed out at all. I always respect the law. Grieve dwelling upon somebody's death. Huh. Wow. All right. Sure. This dwarf was super depressed. I thought this dwarf was, like, done. But apparently that one prison sentence fixed him. It was twisted into humanoid form, specifically. We're about to have a child die who's been stricken by melancholy, which is very upsetting. 1 in 3 won't grow up to adult. Limbs that jut out at asymmetric angles? Yeah. I repent! I've been confined! Well, good. You better. You didn't realize children could get depressed? Children can get depressed and commit suicide in Dwarf Fortress. This one, right here. 5 years old. Starving herself to death. One of triplets. Because we had triplets in this fort. Should make sure that I have an extra coffin. I do. 2, in fact. Dwarf Fortress is brutal. So these are the Wolverines that I'm trying to turn into domestic Wolverines. Because I think having domestic Wolverines would be neat. Yeah, it's not usually that high. Considering I actually have about... How many children do we have in the fort right now? 5? I can't remember the last child that died before adulthood. Normally if they do die, they die shortly after becoming an adult. Can you war train them? No. They would be weak as hell anyway. Wolverines are really weak in DF. They're basically like a large rodent. It's like a dog-sized raccoon. They're assholes in real life, but in DF they're basically just a large rodent. No, the Wolverines, not children. Children can be war trained once they're adults. That's funny misunderstanding. I like that one. Can you war train them? Yes. Well, once they growed up. Once they biggie dwarf. But they have to be biggie dwarf first. Yeah, Wolverines, yes. All right, I may or may not be still on when you tune in next. There goes Ducky. Can I get a round of beers for poor Ducky? She was a good dwarf while she lasted. One of triplets. The first triplets I've ever seen in Dwarf Fortress. I was really hoping all 3 of them would live, but this one just had a couple traits like frequently depressed that just make living very difficult. So chat room. Does anybody have any preferences on what I do for after hours today? Because we're now down to 29 dwarves. I actually am up dwarves from this morning. But I had 2 dwarves die of old age, which kind of sucks. So I think tomorrow for Longdeath, I'm just going to do almost no construction and do like mandated fun times so dwarves make babies, because I need babies. Stat. Mandated hangout. Because we've been doing a lot of construction on this. I think what I should do tomorrow is just start using this tavern and just like put them all in there for a bit. And just be like, all right, guys, y'all are hanging out in the tavern. Break time. Chill out. Because currently it's a lot of very slow construction. Time will always collect its fee. Oh, absolutely. At least this dwarf is happy. That dwarf was really depressed and then got put in prison once. I kind of wish I could arrest children, and I know that's a really weird sentence, but it's just my prison cells are so nice that dwarves generally improve in moods during their time in prison in my forts, and it really sucks that I can't imprison children. Toss a coin to your witcher, toss a coin to your streamer, tomato, tomato. I'll say what everyone's thinking Fortnite stream. Here's the thing that I said previously. Someone should do a Fortnite game jam where they just make games themed after Fortnite. Which is funny because Fortnite is just the everything game. It just has everything in it. It's like, okay, so like that's Marvel, that's Star Wars, the NBA, NFL, a bunch of random rappers. Like just everything is in there. I just want a game jam based on Fortnite. Yeah. I mean, here I can quote that as a quote. If you clip it, then we can immortalize it. You know, I need to look. So the first quote in my bot is from 2016. I want to be able to zone a cat, right? We now have quotes from 2021. That's kind of crazy. Anyway, this tavern's now completely enclosed. It's way too fucking cool looking. Fortnite, the roguelike? I would play it. I won't play actual Fortnite, but if someone makes a Fortnite Battle Royale, the roguelike, I'll play that. Also, be like, how's the master project coming along? I think you fell asleep on Discord. That or just like forgot to log out, by the way. Music was just so engaging. Chat, I just screenshotted a thing from my dashboard. Have a look at this. They're doing it again. I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. Not a big fan. Oh, you just forgot to log out? Okay. But yeah, that's the Sky Tavern. I still need to finish the upper area. Yeah, we've been over this discussion many times. By the modern definition, which is wrong as fuck, of roguelikes, PUBG's a roguelike. Which is what I always tell people when they're just like, yes, Risk of Rain's a roguelike. I'm like, no, it's not. What the fuck's wrong with you? By your shitty-ass definitions, everything's a roguelike. It's just like whenever I see like, oh, fucking headline, Diablo, roguelike mode. World of Warcraft, roguelike mode. Doom, roguelike mode. It's like, that's not what hardcore means, you morons.
Oh well. This is a very dwarfy fortress. And it's all, this fortress is starting to intimidate people because of how big it is. I think that is the biggest success I've had with this fortress so far, is that I'm starting to intimidate people because it's so big. It's kind of an epic thing, isn't it? I mean, look at this shit. It's kind of epic. Who doesn't want to do a 1,000-year-long fortress? It's really funny. I don't think that most people watching this stream realized the size of this project when I took it on. And I certainly don't think that one random person in YouTube comments who was like, you should build a fortress and keep it alive for 1,000 years, thought that I would actually do it. Nor did I think that they realized how long it would actually take me. But here I am, 6 months later, still working on Longdeath. Also, there's a child playing make-believe next to the corpse of their dead sibling. That's fucked up. Is that actually their sibling? Yes, it is. Stone, can you stop playing make-believe next to your dead sister's dead body? Okay? Can you stop doing that? If we could all just agree that you could stop doing that, that would be lovely. Speaking of, let me just make sure that body's been zoned correctly. Yes, she has a coffin. Someone just needs to go put it there. Anybody want to do that? That would be cool. Just gonna deconstruct this. It might be stuck. Finally, I have more toys. Yeah, right. Isn't even playing with a toy, though. Morning, caveman. There's just a 5-year-old's dead body just sitting in the middle of the screen, and I'm waiting for some dwarf to come clean it up. Anybody want to come get it? You know, like... Whoa, 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 whoa. We have more baby Wolverines. Always making messes, yeah, when they die especially. Alright, let's try manually assigning it, maybe. Anybody want to come get this body? Nope. No, not at all. They really don't want to do that. That's kind of dark, yo. Don't make me slab it. Might have to. They've all seemed to have done that. You know, also leading a clothes-making demonstration. Like, nobody's even got that job in their queue yet. Supposedly, it's in the future queue, but whatever. I'll get that done tomorrow. We're into summer now. Should probably switch games. Sheesh. Is anybody going to object if I say I'm going to go play more Brigador while the game is saving? What do we think, chat? Do, 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 do. I'm going to save the game before The traders arrive. Brigadoon. Yeah. Is that you saying bring it on, but with Briga and Door? It's like, I realize it's not a roguelike, but. Stompy bots? Stomp bots 9,000. All right, let's play some Brigadly Door. Thank you very much, everybody, for hanging out for Dwarf Stow. If you want more Dwarf Fortress, there is more Dwarf Fortress on my YouTube channel that you could reasonably watch in a lifetime. And if you're here specifically for Dwarf Fort, there's more Dwarfs on the YouTube channel, or potentially streamed. I don't actually know if anybody's streaming right now, but we are switching games now. Stream's not ending, but we're going to be switching over to some Brigador, which I do actually have copies to give away to. You know. On that bit of a Brigador kick right now. So, Chad, if you're sticking around, could I get a round of beers, please? For my warm-up, there's a mission I'm going to do on repeat a couple of times.